racing fans, welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 18 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card and also note that the track is listed as fast and the announcer listed as slow. It is overcast and 25 degrees Celsius. Just a lovely day here in Elora, Ontario. Race number 1. Note that number 5, HP Milady, changing open to side rolls on the right. Open to side rolls on the right. And adding a Murphy blind on the left. Adding a Murphy blind on the left. Race number 2. No changes, race 2. Race number 3, scratched is 1, Steady Heart. Race 3, scratch 1, Steady Heart. Races 4 through 7 have no changes. The next change comes in race number 8. Note that number 7, Chip Happened, is changing steel to flip-flops up front. That is steel to flip-flops up front. 9th race, number 2, Sporty Evie, blind to open bridle. Race 9, 2, Sporty Evie, blind to open bridle. And the 10th race, no changes. No changes, race number 10. Also, fans, note on the changes, you do note that it's talking about a missing chart line. There's no missing chart line. It's just a glitch that we're working on, but no missing chart line. Once again, note, forgot about race 11. Number 4, Thuman, changing open bridle to blinkers. Open to blinkers. Reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, number 5, HP Milady, changing open to side rolls. And note it should read adding a Murphy blind on the left. Adding a Murphy blind on the left. And in the second race, no changes. No changes, race number 2. It's 15 minutes to post time and time to welcome in our London Bureau Chief, live from Western Fair Raceway, Sugar Doyle. How you doing, Shug?
Yeah, we're doing all right. Just trying to stay out of the hot sun, right? Me and the sun, especially when it's warm, we don't get along.
Yeah. Well, you see how white I am. I'm not exactly built for the sun either. We're built for the shade, buddy.
Yeah, well, you got a nice evening for live harness racing. You got lots of horses in to go. 11 races, 97 horses now to race tonight after the scratch of 1 in the third. And the same thing, boding well for Wednesday. I see a 10-dash card, full fields of 9 all through it.
Well, one thing we know for certain, of those 97, 11 will be winners. Could even be more with dead heats, but we're guaranteed to have no less than 11 winners. And you know what your job is then? When we get down to it, that's your job to tell us all about those winners. But before that, what about your harness racing weekend? Did you have any kind of harness racing fun on the weekend?
I was on the couch Saturday evening watching some hockey and watching some racing out of Woodbine Mohawk Park and Northfield Park. Of course, the first defeat of Bojangles. But you know what? All the good ones, all the real good horses, they seem to get beat at least once. I mean, there was the big mare, Zenyatta, and Thoroughbred Racing, some beach somewhere. Lost a race in his 3-year-old season. So Bojangles defeated by one from south of the border, odds on Mr. Mamba, with a big final quarter-mile kick to get there over Brandon Boulevard. But Bojangles, I'm going to expect him to bounce back in a big way this coming Saturday in the NA Cup final for $1 million.
Yeah, and look, he's the real deal. He'll find himself again going for $1 million because we've seen enough of him to know that he's the real deal. And you know what? You'd better be the real deal this evening because we have 11 races. I trust that you studied hard, you sent me in your picks, and you're ready to dole out some wisdom.
I've tried. I've gone back, watched a lot of replays. I've been doing the same thing for Wednesday evening's cards. We try hard, Gary. We try hard.
Okay, well, we'll talk to you at about 8 minutes to post time for a look at the pick 5.
Submissions are now open for the 2026 Youth Contest presented by the Bill Galvin Racing Alliance. Kids can win cash prizes and a VIP night at the horse races. To enter the Youth Literary Derby, write a story or poem about anything related to standardbred horses. The Youth Literary Derby is open to students in grades 3 to 8 as of June 1st. To enter the Youth Art Derby, draw or sketch anything related to standardbred horses. The Youth Literary Derby is open to students in grades 3 to 12 as of June 1st. The deadline to enter both contests is August 31st. Visit our website for more information and inspiration.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. You're watching Grand River Raceway. I'm Sugar Doyle with you from the Grand River Raceway studios in London, Ontario. We're getting set to dive into this big Monday evening card at Grand River Raceway. 11 dashes on tap, and of course, lots of horses in to go. I believe it's 10 full fields of 9 now, and one reduced to a field of 7 with the scratch of number 1 in the third. Before we get into some pick 5 ticket ideas, I've gotten word from the family of Shannon and Trevor Henry over the weekend. Now, Trevor's Aunt Sarah, being his dad's sister and the last of that generation, she passed away a little over a week ago in her 99th year, and now she was wanting to be at Grand River to celebrate her late husband's birthday this evening. Now, the family still wanted to attend this evening, as that is what they had planned with their Aunt Sarah. And now it's maybe there to celebrate the two of them, being Aunt Sarah and her late husband. So I'm told the family will be there tonight celebrating. Aunt Sarah, I'm told, was a lifelong fan of harness racing. It was in her blood. So the late Sarah Henry, they're in spirit tonight, enjoying the races from the heavenly grandstand this evening. So thoughts with the Henry family going forward on this. So now we can go into some late pick five or early pick five ticket ideas here for Grand River Raceway this evening. To cash in on the pick five play, you're going to look for the winners from races 1 through 5. So we've got some ticket ideas here for you. Race number 1 will begin a pick five play. It's a $5,000 guaranteed pool. It's part of the go-to wagering menu at Grand River Raceway. The go-tos are these early pick five in race 1. There's an early pick 4 in race 2. There's some high five opportunities, races of 5 and 11 this evening. And then you've got a late pick 5 beginning in race number 7 tonight. And then the late pick 4 covering the final 4 begins in race number 8. So I'm in to go for about $19.20 on a 20-cent wager for this pick 5. I went deepest of all in the opening leg. I'm using the one, Caitlin T, as well as a number 3, Groovy Baby Yeah, the 6, Poisonous Delight, and outside to the 8, Davios. Guy Gagnon back with us to this evening after scoring for the driving triple on Friday evening. Great to see for Guy, and his family was riding along with him here on Friday night. They were all quite happy on Guy Gagnon's big night at Grand River on Friday evening. Over to race number 2, we like the chances for 3 and 6, Dottie Hinson and Better Bell with their noses on gate. They're looking to be forwardly placed there in race number 2. The third race, we're on 3, Cattle Kiss, and number 8, Mai Tai. Didn't mind her when there was an 8-horse field. Now down to 7, so she gets to move in a spot. Mai Tai has come back well in her 4-year-old season. Great job by Ben Hollingsworth getting her back to the races. Sam Fillion, a pair of winners here on Friday night. He will drive the 8 Mai Tai in the third. Over to race number 4. It's the 1 Stomper Tom, or the 4 My Buddy Sam, who's for sure sitting on a win with 5 straight runner-up finishes. Coming in, he was second best in a big track record over London on our Camla Classic night. Over to race number 5, we're on 1, 4, and 7 with Major Hill, Make Me an Offer, and Matt's Amatician. Again, $19.20 for my 20-cent wager. Gary Guy standing by with his best go on this early pick 5.
I spent a lot less money than you in this one, and I kind of narrowed down $4.80. In fact, there's
Gary,
a couple
when are
singles
you
that I
going to
went
open up
with.
that wallet?
I told you before, my money's going elsewhere. But listen, in this, I think there's a lot of opportunity to get it narrowed down in this for this first five races of the night. And the first race, we just see the top 2. I've just flipped it, but I do have the same. I have 2 of your top 4, and it is the 1 and 3. In fact, I love Caitlin T in here. I think is going to race really well. And in the second race, well, I did go 4 deep. That's the race that I went deepest of all, and you had it just down to 2. I like your top 2, the Dottie Hinson and Better Bell, but I also added Amazing Addie as well as Bright on Wait and See. I thought that dash might be a little more wide open. In race number 3, as much as I have respect for Mai Tai, Cattle Kiss. I'm just all in on Cattle Kiss. Pretty big effort.
You like those G's.
Yes, well, we're here on the G track, so Cattle Kiss was second in 52 flat last time at Mohawk. I think I'll give Cattle Kiss the lone call there. The fourth race, I took your 4 and the 1 and added in the 3, the Fixer, just on a flyer off of a pretty good effort at Flamborough last time out. But I think the top 2, the 4 and 1, they certainly do jump off the page. And then I singled up in the final leg. I said, I only need 1 horse. And that 1 horse is Make Me an Offer, because Make Me an Offer was really good at Flamborough last race. So that's why I'm down to just $4.80.
Well, good luck with that bargain price ticket, Gary. We've got one more pick 5 ticket to look at here. Friend of the show, Conley Ecclestone. He's picked up a few new followers. I know Ron out of Alberton, Prince Edward Island, is a big fan now of Conley Ecclestone. So Connolly, in the early pick 5, he's gone deepest of all in the opening leg. Race number 1 tries the 3, 6, 8, and 9. Over to race number 2 on the 1, 5, and 6. So here's Connolly chasing after some price players early on in this evening's card. Over to race number 3, the 2, Who Are You? Inherits the rail now with the scratch of 1. He's also trying 7, Angels Among Us. So there's Connolly again chasing after price players in the third, fourth race. You're not going to get a whole lot of value on number 4, My Buddy Sam. I'm expecting that one maybe to go away as the favorite in there. Again, he's sitting on a win with 5 straight runner-up finishes. And Zuri, the 6, is the plan B for Connolly in race number 4. And in the 5th race, number 2, Duck Dynasty, and the 4, Make Me an Offer. And Connolly is in to go for $19.20 on his early pick 5 ticket idea. That's the way we all see this early pick 5 shaking down. Again, it's part of the go-to wagering menu. Best of luck to all racing and playing along tonight.
Field 4, race 1. On parade 1 is Caitlin T. Tyler Moore drives and trains for GLB Stable and Wade Taylor. Number 2 is I'll Be Bulldog Beth, Brady Colliers for Vic Putty, and Michael Horwood and Ken Fisher. Number 3 is Groovy Baby Yeah, Jason Ryan for Jody Cullinan, a 1 stable. Number 4 is Copenhagen, Sammy Filia for Jeff McGuire and Mark Couric. Number 5 is HB Milady, Paul McKenzie for Ken Skinner and Bernard Murphy. Number 6, Poisonous Delight, Austin Sorry for Anthony Beaton and Hunt Racing. Number 7 is Benabel, Gary Rive drives for Ashley and Matthew Rive Bohannic. 8 is Navioski, Kenya for Jeremy Marcotte and Denny Marcotte. And number 9 is Always and On, Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen, and of course Nickel. Field of 9, race number 1. Let's get a look at this field. Well, the money is very strongly in on the 1 and the 3 with Sugar Your Top Win 3, Groovy Baby Yeah, the 7-5 favorite right now. Jason Ryan for Jody Cullen.
All right, we talked about the Cullen Barn there on Friday evening and did mention whenever they show up, they're at a track to win. And I love the look of this horse right now, what I'm seeing right on the bit. And a pair of very hot hands, Jason Ryan, with the 4 driving win performance on Friday evening. So he's going to look to pick it up where he left it off on Friday, Gary.
Yeah, and the thing with Groovy Baby, yeah, there's a lot of lines that you might not like. And then there's that one at Flamborough, April the 30th, went to the front and was very good. Just one got by. So that was a much better line. We'll see if that's what she can race back to, because if she does, then obviously she is the one to beat. And you've tabbed this one on top at 9-5. The problem is 8 starts, no wins, that 1 second. And you're going to have to take probably a reasonably low price on one that's 0 for 8 in the win column. That
Okay.
last race at
You
Mohawk,
know
not
what?
great.
She does have the deuce, two back. She's got the experience factor working for her. That's what I like. There's a lot of them in here with not much for experience, including a couple of first-time starters, and one of those first-time starters is a second choice.
Well, and sometimes I like the inexperience because if a bunch of horses have shown a bunch of starts without winning, I want to go to the one that says, well, maybe this thing could be a monster. This is a Bulldog Hanover filly that qualified well and is a $66,000 yearling purchase on the inside, Sugar.
Number one, Caitlin T. It's what we're going to talk about now. Product of a London Classic yearling sale. You know, they fired out $66,000 for this one as a yearling. She's a big, tall daughter of Bulldog Hanover. Tyler Moore does the training and the driving. And being a first-time starter, I do like that qualifier. Back half 57 flat and a trip in 58 and 3 over the half mile at Flamborough.
Now, another one that's got experience is 6 Poisonous Delight. And much like Groovy Baby Yeah, has had a bunch of starts and only one top 3. It was a third May the 9th at Flamborough, but then last race Prospect Series wasn't nearly as good. But this is just the third start of the season for Poisonous Delight.
Right, she is fresh. Now she got some learning experience as a 2-year-old last season. Didn't hit the board, but she's already hit the board with a third in her seasonal debut, where she stopped the clock at 57 and 2 over Flamborough. Nothing doing last time out. I don't know. I'm not sure what to expect from this filly. Austin, I know he likes to put them in play, but maybe this one wants to take back and maybe try to rush it up from the back tonight.
That September 5th start here last year in the Prospect Series, which is tougher than this maiden class. This is one was on the lead when they turned for home and 4 got by, but it was a pretty solid outing.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Poisonous Delight now in the third start can race to that. And one more that we'll talk about is your fourth choice is number 8, Davios and Guy Gagnon.
Yeah, I really like how Guy broke out here on Friday evening. I know his family was watching, and they were very happy with his performance, and they liked our kind words for Guy. And Guy Gagnon, we mentioned, certainly knows his way to the winner's circle on a 5/8 track. Did it plenty of years at Rito, and now he's here at Grand River Raceway doing the same thing. And he could start things up. Just needs to work out some kind of trick from the outside post 8. He's on the outside looking in here at 10-1, Gary.
I should mention that I threw number 9, Always in Awe, actually in the third spot behind the 1 and 3. So we'll see what Mike Whalen and Walter Whalen. But had a good first start of the season last week, May the 30th, for a second, and even was interfered with in that mile. So we'll see. It's a field of 9, first of 11. Dashes.
Let's go.
Let's go, says Sugar. It's Caitlin T and I'll Be Bulldog Beth and Groovy Baby Yeah, Copenhagen and HP Milady. To the outside, Poisonous Delight, Betabel Davios. Second year, Always in Awe. Field for the first dash on a marvelous Monday night as we are gathered at the river and the horses are gathered in behind the gate. Field for race number 1. Is at the start of the rough, and Poisonous Delight is going to blast with Groovy Baby Yeah. Caitlin T on the inside is striding into the front 3. Then Copenhagen is racing 4th. Then it is back to Always On. I'll Be Bulldog Beth and Betabel. And then HP Milady and Davios is trailing the field. Poisonous Delight and Austin Sorry wants to come on and clear to the front. Groovy Baby Yeah is going to take to the outside right now. Groovy Baby Yeah. And Jason Ryan wants to clear to the front of her Poisonous Delight. And then Caitlin T is racing position 3rd, 28-1 opening quarter. As they roll on towards us, Copenhagen is racing position to 4th, and 5th in line is Always in Awe. I'll Be Bulldog Beth and back to Betabel. And then the trailing pair moving to the outside is HP Milady, and Davios is trailing the field. They race their way on up towards the half, in fronting the field right now. That is Groovy Baby Yeah over Poisonous Delight. Caitlin T right now is racing 3rd, half of 57 and 2 off a 28-1 opening quarter. Copenhagen is racing 4th, and then Always in Awe. Now HP Milady is moving on the outside, gaining a bit of ground. On the inside is I'll Be Bulldog Beth and Davios and Betabel, but Groovy Baby Yeah is very groovy right now. Caitlin T, though, has popped up from 30, quickly surging up, taking over second and trying to reel in Groovy Baby Yeah. It is Groovy Baby Caitlin T. Racing second is a length and a quarter back. 3/4, 126 and 2. Groovy Baby looking to fend off Caitlin T. Caitlin T is chipping away, getting a little closer, but it's still Groovy Baby by about a length and a quarter over Caitlin T. Copenhagen has come on to get third, and now kicking in late comes Always and On down the stretch. Round they come. Groovy Baby is still in a groove and trying to close Caitlin T. Groovy Baby is going to win. Caitlin T second, Copenhagen third, and Always in Oz fourth. 155 and 1 for Groovy Baby and Jason Ron Sugar.
Right on. We liked her. Loved the look of her on parade. I mean, she was grabbing on, uh, not overly grabbing on, but she was right on the bit tonight. And Jason Ryan got her away well and made that winning move at the quarter mile, taking control, and then well rated for the remainder of the mile. Breaks her maiden over the river in 155 and 1. A real nice maiden mark. And Team Cullen sending out another winner in Ontario.
And racing back to that line from April the 30th at Flamborough Downs, because that was a good line, and then was able to back it up here this evening. Also got off the gate a lot better this evening, and April the 30th, that was a front-end mission, so clearly we're going to start to see a more consistent Groovy Baby
I believe so. I think she's going to be a front end speed kind of mare, filly this season, and growing into an older mare. Yeah, you'll want to be seeing her with her nose on gate, drawing well on the B tracks, and if she ever heads on over to Woodbine Mohawk Park again, well, she's got that confidence building win now. She was really good tonight. 55 and 1 is impressive.
Yeah, it's a good mile for Groovy Baby and look, I only used 2, and I thought it was between the 1 and 3, and Caitlin T tried, but it clearly wasn't good enough to take down Groovy Baby But it was a solid outing for one Caitlin T, and one to look for now to build off of that strong second.
Oh, for sure. Rock solid career debut. She made a move to the outside. She passed the horse, and she got within a length of the winner. Caitlin T, definitely one to be looking for in the weeks ahead as she gets her career underway. But the hot hands of Jason Ryan continues at Grand River Raceway. Again, he's 4 times in the winner's circle on Friday night. He picks it up where he left it off.
And I mentioned the 9 Always and On did race well and was able to get onto the bottom of the ticket.
Right on.
Back in front of us is the winner of race number 1. It's number 3, Groovy Baby 3-year-old McWicked Bay filly, owned by A1 Stable of Dundas. Jody Cullen, the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning driver. And the first win for Groovy Baby the mile, 155 and 1. The first race, pounds 3, Groovy Baby 540, 320, 260. 1 Caitlin T, $3, 270. 4 Copenhagen, 770. $2 exactor, 1470. Dollar try, 5170. Dollar super is 149.05. 20-cent super, 29.81. The first race or her finish from the tops to 251 376 984. That's 251 376 984 on the bottom.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. Race number one played out fair. Group E Baby Yacht, Jason Ryan winning over the one, Caitlin T. Tyler Moore, first time starter there for the Deuce. And as Gary mentioned, one to be looking forward in the weeks ahead, a daughter of Bulldog Hanover for a decent debut. Deuce this evening at the River. The early pick four, $2,500 guaranteed pool set to start up here in race number 2 of 11. 11 dash card, big fields tonight. Let's dive into this early pick four with some ticket ideas. Early pick four. Gone too deep in a lot of places here. We're using 3. Dottie Hinson opens here at 6-5. There's action coming for number 6, a Better Bell, as well at 5-2. I know Better Bell well from London. She gets her nose on gate here, and she's gone to the front twice over London through the month of April and into May, and she was a winner on both occasions. A very nice daughter of Better's Delight going out on the 5/8 track tonight. She got over London, folks, in 155-4. Really nice mare, daughter of Better's Delight for John Kachin. It's Austin Sorey staying on. Over to race number 3. We're going to try 3 and 8, Cattle Kiss. And I don't mind the 8 My Tide from that outside gate. Now gets to move in a spot because of the scratch of number 1. So 3 and 8 for me in the third. Fourth race, went inside to the 1, Stomper Tom. But you got to use the 4, My Buddy Sam. My Buddy Sam clearly sitting on a win. He's been racing preferred types since back in April and since mid-April. 5 straight runner-up finishes, including a runner-up finish to Passarino, who broke the track record in London on Camelot Classic Night, 154-3. Now, this one was about 8 lengths behind. Trotted a mile 56-1 over London, but that's not bad for number 4. My Buddy Sam will try to get the job done in the 4th. Over in race number 5, we'll go deepest of all there with a 1, 4, and 7. Major Hill, likely factor. The 4, Make Me an Offer. A speed threat. I know Gary likes the chances for Make Me an Offer, post 4 in the 5th race. And an upset possibility for number 7, Matt's a Matician. Matt's a Mystician, that is. Paul Davies, co-owning, training, and driving. Second start over Ontario track since coming in from Alberta. I'm in to go for only $4.80 on a 20-cent wager. That's like a Gary Guy kind of price ticket. One more ticket here. Gary Guy with his early pick 4, starting up in race number 2. Now, Gary opting to go 4 deep in here. His top selection was number 6, Better Bell. He's also including the 3, 5, and 7, his single. Over in race number 3, it's Cattle Kiss. Cattle Kiss for Guy Gagnon. And the 4th race for Gary. Top selection in there for Gary is the 4, My Buddy Sam. He's also including 1 and 3. And he's got another single in play on this pick 4 sequence, using 4, Make Me an Offer. He knows that one well after scoring in 2 of his last 3 over Flamborough Downs, half miler. Only $2.40 on the 20-cent wager. If you want to play it for $1, cost you $12 even to go along with Gary Guy on the early pick 4.
Field for the second is on parade. One is L'argent Lily, Brady Golliers for Patrick Bissett and Larry Lane. Number 2, Greystone Playgirl Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani and John Henderson. Number 3 is Dottie Hinson, Guy Gagnon for Leo Tourigny. Four is On Top Rainstorm, Mike Whaler for Walter Whalen and Chris Nickel. 5 is Bright on Wait and See. Paul McKenzie for Kendall Durst in Bright on Farms. Number 6 is Better Bell, Austin Sorry for John Chikeen and Robert Pooley. Number 7, Amazing Addie, Jason Ryan for John Pentland. Number 8 is Stylish Stella, Sammy Fillier for Clement Lausanne Autier. And number 9 is Jam Ooh La La, Brett McDonough for Ryan Stewart and Joe Muskokaman. It's a field of 9, race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. Starts the pick 4, and Sugar, we flipped the top 2. I went with a 6 on top, and you went to 3, Dottie Hinson. And there's a lot of logic to Dottie Hinson because raced very well in this same class at Flamborough last time out.
Right on, and that was the first start for the Guy Gagnon barn. And Guy having some success now at Grand River Raceway after scoring with 3 winners on Friday night. And Dottie Hinson, 55-1 victory in her latest. She's never been better. And again, that was the first start for the Guy Gagnon barn. Guy staying on to drive here and, being never better than she is right now. I think we got to go right back to her. Even money. I expected that.
And off 14 days before the last one, now comes back, a little tighter rotation, back 9 days later and ready to try to strike again. How about just a $6,000 yearling purchase? So starting to get their money out of this one pretty nicely. Number 6,
I think so.
Yeah, that's a nice price. 6, Better Bell is one that you saw win at London, and also this is one that's got a couple of wins in the last 4, 3 on the season. So Better Bell certainly can give Dottie Hinson a challenge, and you get a better price.
Yeah, the betting public kind of getting away from this mare right now, and I did not see that coming. I thought she'd be a clear second choice, if not a co-favorite with number 3, Dottie Hinson. For me, Gary, this mare got over London in 55-4 in her latest. Now, not a life best. Her life best, actually last season at Grand River Raceway, it was 54-3. I like her form. Now, she's missed a few weeks, right? Her kind of a stale date, May 18th. So what's it been, like 3 weeks or so between starts? But if she happens to show up here tonight with her A game, I could see her going 53, 54 speed.
And John Chikeen has put up some decent numbers this year, so, and in the past as well. I did go to Better Bell because I thought that Dottie Hinson would beat Shock, and I thought, this Better Bell could give Dottie Hinson a run and be a better price, and that's how it's materializing right now. Of course, it doesn't matter if actually she doesn't get the job done, but that was my thought. We both went to 7, Amazing Addie in the 3rd spot, and in fact, I threw Amazing Addie in with 4 horses here in that multi-leg play.
Yeah, we saw her race in Ontario Sire Stakes action on Camelot Classic night in London. She was a bang-up 3rd behind the eventual winner, My Girl Friday, who's a really nice 3-year-old filly. So Amazing Addie, for sure, going in the right direction for the John Pentland stable. And, Jason Ryan got along well with her on May the 25th over London, gate to wire there, 58-1. And again, she's showing 55-3 in her latest. She can get around the river with that kind of an effort and maybe get around the river in 53 or 54 speed as well as the 6.
And then we both have the same top 3, but needed a 4th one, and we had different ideas. You went to the 4, I went to the 5. Tell me about the 4 and the 5.
Well, we're both going after great check getters. Both the 4 and 5, always in the hunt, always picking up checks. So I don't think you can go wrong on either one of them to end the superfecta here. 4 and 5, both with great shots, both the longest shots on the board, Gary.
Yeah, they're just sitting there both at 25-1. I think we're going to get one of them 30-1. We're going to get one of either the 4 or 5 on. Probably not both, but we'll see which way it goes. And, the one thing with Mike Whalen is Mike often can come from off the pace, and that last one was post position 8 and closed in to be a 5th, so only has to improve by 1 spot off the last week. And that was post position 8, so gets a better post to have a chance to be a little bit closer as well.
Yeah, see through the month of May, been out for a couple of qualifying drives. And so just one race really freshened up. through the month of May mostly, and got out on May the 30th to finish fifth, 56 speed over Flamborough. Might be able to show a whole lot more on this night. The Beware horse, number 4.
Well, the fans aren't liking our 4 and 5. That's because they love the 3 so much, and the 6 the second choice, and you can't spread it everywhere. So we'll see how it plays out. The second race, field of fillies and mares into the backstretch. Let's go. Field for race number 2. Is at the start in the rough and leaving out his Better Bell down the center of the track. Dottie Hinson on the inside, and Bright on Wait and See is not waiting to see. Is driving early and now is going to take back and get over to the pylons third. Then on top, Rainstorm and Amazing Addie, Jam Ooh La La, Largent Lily, back to Greystone Playgirl, and then Stylish Stella's trailing the field. Better Bell at 5-1's got the lead. Dottie Hinson took out, but Better Bell is making Dottie Hinson work, and Better Bell is insisting on the lead. Austin Sorry says, why don't you just take a seat and I'll do the heavy lifting right now. And it is Better Bell, Dottie Hinson, Bright on Wait and See, Amazing Addie is fourth, and then on top, Rainstorm, and then Jam Ooh La La, Largent Lily took out, and then it is back to Stylish Stella, and Greystone Playgirl is playing ninth. They head up towards the half of a very strong opening panel of 26 and 2, put up by Better Bell at 5-1. 1-5, Dottie Hinson is sitting in the pocket, and now gliding up on the outside, Jam Ooh La La is getting closer, and now is first up second. Dottie Hinson is third, then Bright on Wait and See, and Largent Lily off that half of 56. They head towards three-quarters. Seventh is Amazing Addie, Stylish Stella, then on top, Rainstorm, Greystone Playgirl, Better Bell leads on by three-quarters. Better Bell is holding off Jam Ooh La La, but may still have to deal with Dottie Hinson off stride with an Amazing Addie. Largent Lily is sent out 3 deep, and down to the inside is Bright on Wait and See. And then it is Stylish Stella, and on top, Rainstorm. They turn for home, and Better Bell continues. Dottie Hinson is waiting for some racing room. Better Bell and Dottie Hinson on down the stretch drive they come. Better Bell, Dottie Hinson up the passing lane. Better Bell and Dottie Hinson as they come on to the finish. Better Bell and Dottie Hinson. It's going to be a close finish, but Better Bell was better by about a head. Well, actually more about a nose, and Dottie Hinson on the inside, and then it's between on top Rainstorm and Bright on Wait and See. 150, 4-1. 5-1 shot. Better Bell was able to take down a 1-5 Sugar.
Nice top pick, Gary. I mean, this mare, I thought because of the stale date, she might be a little short on this one, but she certainly showed up and had all kinds of fight on the end of the mile. And Austin Sorry, likely the winning move was turning back Guy when trying to make a quarter pole move. Austin drove on, just said, I don't think so, not tonight. And the mare was able to battle through to the wire and pick up a new life best, 154-1, big trip.
Yeah, and look, I thought the 3 might be better, but not enough better that how the tote board would play out, and that's what you've got is 1-5, because at the finish, you're only talking inches, but when you're talking 5-1 versus 1-5, well then, yeah, give me the 5-1 shot.
Yeah, and you'd want the exactor, 6 and 3, right? I mean, with 3 on top, it was only going to pay $9. With a 6-3 combination, it's coming back at $23, Gary.
And then I mentioned about the 4 and the 5. We're looking for bottom players. And I said, well, one of them will probably get on the ticket, but not both. I was wrong. They both got on the ticket because I believe your 4 beat the 5 at the finish to finish a third. So our bottom players to fill in the blanks just below the 6 and 3, and there is that finish with Better Bell proving she was just a little bit better this evening.
Wow, and yes, indeed, the 4 and 5 are going to be on the ticket here. So there you got a couple of favorites. We both love 3 and 6, 6 and 3, and then our value players in for 3rd and 4th at the big numbers. These Try and superfecta pays, they're going to come back all right, Gary.
Yeah, because the money really would have been all in on the 6 and 3, so then we at least gave them a couple of long ones at 35 and 50. You gave them the 35, and I chimed in with the 50. And I wasn't sure if the 4 would beat the 5 or which way it would go, but your 4 was just a little bit better. Was this about the same amount better of the 5 as the 6 was than the 3?
Any way you slice it, we're off to a pretty good start here. The first race exactor coming back just shy of $15 for a couple of heavy favorites, and then these two coming back for $23 on an exactor.
Yeah.
It pays.
Look, and
to
you
play Grand River Raceway.
You went too deep on your pick 5, so you get the better one. You get your one at 5-1 instead of the 1-5. Actually, it's a nicer result for your pick 5.
Woohoo!
Better Bell is back in front of us, and a 4-year-old Better's Delight brown mare, owned by Robert Pooley, trained by John Chikeen, Austin Sorry, the winning driver. It's the 4th win this year, and it is the 8th lifetime. Better Bell and Austin Sorry in race number 2. The second race, number 6, Better Bell, 1240, 250, 360. 3, Dottie Hinson, 210, 210. 4 on top, Rainstorm, 440. $2 exactor, 23.10. Dollar try, 85.30. Dollar super, 323.45. 20-cent super, 64.69. $2 double of 3 and 6, 48.80. Second race. Order of finish from the top. 582-341-976. That's 582-341-976 on the bottom.
Winbag Farm of Delaware offers several outstanding stallions, including EL Platinum, full brother to multiple stakes winners EL Ideal and EL Titan, Meadowlands Pace winner He's Watching, a Dan Panch Award winner and a world record holder over multiple sized ovals, Molotov Cocktail, a New York Sire Stakes final champion and multiple stakes winner, Nutcracker Sweet, half brother to the great Sweet Blue, and a multiple stakes winner, Sports Column, a 19-time winner and a multiple Ontario Sire Stakes Gold winner at 2 and 3, and Top Flight Angel, a Yonkers Trot Final champion and a Breeders' Crown elimination winner. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
Field for the third on parade. 1 is scratched, and number 2 is Who Are You? Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen and Felix Marion. Number 3 is Candle Kiss Kenya, drives and trains and owns. Number 4 is Chicanery, Jason Ryan for Jacques Dupont. Number 5 is Play Something Sweet, Jay Harris for Paul Cameron and Jamie Cameron. Number 6 is Wicked Road. Anthony Hunt from A. Cronin Hunt Racing. Number 7 is Angels Among Us. Eddie Hensley for Jody Cullen and Ron and Travis Cullen and Keith Hanna. And number 8 is My Tide, Sammy Filia for Ben Hollingsworth and Cheryl Neulander and Michael Goldberg. It's a field of 8 for race number 3. Correction, a field of 7. Scratches one steady heart. Let's get right to it. Cattle Kiss. Ken Middleton lists in the front of the program this is his most likely winner of the evening. You get Guy Gagnon looking to score here this evening in the third, Sugar.
Guy, he just missed the board a heavy favorite in race number 2. But tell you what, Gary, this is a very serious filly. I'm just going back through her 2-year-old season. 9 starts, 6 wins, 2 seconds, and a third, and she actually took a mark of 51-2 over Woodbine Mohawk Park late in the season. That was late September, and has come back well. Fresh, right? Has been out twice, the latest being a second best finish, just missing to My Girl Friday. And we mentioned My Girl Friday earlier, went on to win an Ontario Sire Stakes event in London the end of May. Cattle Kiss likely sitting on a big one here. She can get over Mohawk at 52. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see her put up a big mile here tonight. Like 52 possibly. I wouldn't even be shy to say 51 is a possibility.
Yeah, and Cattle Kiss, 6 wins last year and 9 starts. But how about My Tide, who had just 6 starts and won 5 of them last year? Winless in 3, but the last race at Flamborough was better and might be headed in the right direction.
My Tide, she missed a significant amount of time, like away 10 months from racing action with a serious injury. But Ben Hollingsworth, the co-owner and trainer, took his time getting her back to the races, and she's come back well. I mean, her latest, the second best finish off a 2-hole ride, 54-3 speed. So she's pretty much back to where she was around this time last year. So it's wonderful to see. I like comeback stories. My Tide, she's got her work cut out for her, meeting up with number 3, Cattle Kiss. But again, moving in one spot, now leaving from post 7 with the scratch of 1. I like her to get forwardly placed here.
And the top 2 on the board, I think, are going to wind up being the 3 and 8, and I split those with 1. But the one that you used for third was number 5, Play Something Sweet. Pretty good in the Prospect Series at Flamborough last race.
Pretty good, and some pretty good gate speed being shown by this daughter of Cattle Wash as well. She's a chestnut. Now, I got talking to some friends about this last season. You don't see many chestnuts in the game anymore, but if you do see a chestnut pacer, good chance it's a Cattle Wash. He's throwing chestnuts, and that's all right. I like her look, and again, I think her gate speed gets her forwardly placed and most worthy of as a top 3 possibility here.
Yeah, the one that I used to split the 3 and the 8, because you know how much I love to split up the 2 favorites and get an exactor ticket down.
Of course.
And the one I used is Who Are You, which is your 4th one, Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen. Look, this is one that's dropping from a non-winners of 3 at Mohawk into this spot. Now, this is a non-winners of 3, but I think the non-winners of 3 at Mohawk's tougher than here and was pretty competitive, just 2 back on the big track.
She's meeting up with a very nice field of fillies and mares here. We're 4 years and now the daughter of Captain Crunch. Camera shy thus far from 8 starts in 2026, but been a pretty good check getter and runner-up finisher twice, show times, and now inherits an inside post. Do we call it an advantage? I'm not sure, but I'd like to see her half of the field for a piece of this one.
Yeah, and this is also one that was just a $7,500 yearling purchase. So already, look at Who Are You has made $93,000, has returned quite nicely, and looking to tack on a little bit here just in the 9th start of this year. Already did a lot of racing last year as a 3-year-old, made some really good money. So Who Are You? I used this one underneath the one we both think is the best in here, Cattle Kiss, and the fans agree at 3-5, Sugar.
Shortest field on the night, Gary. 7 horses, and then the rest are 9s.
Giddy up, and they're taking up their positions. It's Who Are You and Cattle Kiss on the inside. Chicanery plays Something Sweet, Wicked Road in the center. On the outside, Angels Among Us and My Tide. Field of 7, race number 3 there in the backstretch, approaching the start. Field for the third race is at the start of the rough, and My Tide from the outside is going to leave well with Chicanery, and on the inside, Who Are You is forwardly placed, and Cattle Kiss gets away fourth, then plays Something Sweet and Wicked Road and Angels Among Us, but My Tide surfs right out to take the lead, and Who Are You is the one that is second right now. It's 7-1 and behind the 6-1 My Tide. Chicanery is third, Cattle Kiss mid-pack racing fourth, then it is back to play Something Sweet and Wicked Road and Angels Among Us, but right now My Tide is surfing nicely in front of Who Are You and Mike Whalen, who's filling the pocket. Then it is Chicanery third. Cattle Kiss is fourth and unhurried right now, about 7 or 8 lengths off the lead. Then Play Something Sweet and Wicked Road and Angels Among Us, 26-3. It was a strong opening panel put up by My Tide and Semi Phil Young. Who Are You is right there stalking from the pocket. And Chicanery is racing third. Then it is Cattle Kiss fourth and a little bit closer. The plugs are out on Cattle Kiss and is still about 5 1/4 off the lead. Then Play Something Sweet and Wicked Road, and back to the trailer, Angels Among Us, but it is still My Tide at 6-1. Now Chicanery pops out from third. Who Are You is still filling the pocket though. Chicanery third, and Cattle Kiss is not making up any ground and is still about 5 1/2 off the lead, off that 55 4 1/2, 3/4, 124 3, and it is My Tide. Who Are You? Chicanery to the outside is racing third, and Cattle Kiss is getting urging, but still is about 4 1/4 off the lead. Then Angels Among Us is sent out wide. On down the stretch route they come. My Tide trying to close it out. Who Are You looking to dart up the inside. Who Are You coming after My Tide, and then Chicanery, but it is My Tide game to the finish. My Tide and Who Are You? My Tide wins it. Who Are You is second. Then Chicanery and Cattle Kiss, 153 2. My Tide was up to it, surfed nicely early, and still had enough left to get home in front, Sugar.
Sammy, he did a great job of sending this one out of there tonight. We expected to see My Tide forwardly placed. Well, he put her right on the boogie early. Opening quarter clock, 26-3. Now, Cattle Kiss, race favorite Cattle Kiss for Guy Gagnon, she appeared to be a little flat-footed right from the get-go. Went under some mild urging to try to leave with them, but she just couldn't keep up early. And I believe she might have gotten fourth or a fifth in there. But for me, just an overall flat performance for the daughter of Cattle Wash, Cattle Kiss.
Yeah, maybe that last race might have taken a little too much out of her, because she just wasn't the Cattle Kiss from there. 52 at Mohawk last race, second, beaten less than 2, and 6-time winner of last year. But, I'm sure the Cattle Kiss will come back strong, but it wasn't tonight. But definitely My Tide. And then Who Are You raced really well, was chasing hard up the passing lane, but it is, getting up the passing lane is not the easiest thing here. And My Tide, those were right there coming to the finish. And also, Chicanery raced pretty darn well.
Yeah, the 8-2-4 with the 5, or with the 3 getting fourth. But Who Are You? You went out on a limb and picked it as a top 2 player in there, finished the second best. And then Chicanery for trainer Jacques Dupont. Jason Ryan does a great job driving horses at Grand River Raceway, and he is zoned in once again this evening, a big third with Chicanery. But My Tide, the story here, and went away at a pretty good number.
You get My Tide at 6-1. That's
wow.
The second and third races. You've got a couple of horses that you probably shouldn't have been able to get. Better Bell at 5-1, and now you get My Tide at 6-1.
Should kind of spice up the early multi-leg wagers, right?
And you're still alive.
Yes, let's go.
I was all in on Cattle Kiss, so goodbye, Pick 5 ticket. Back in front of us is My Tide. My Tide is a 4-year-old McWicked bay mare owned by Ben Hollingsworth and Cheryl Neulander and Mike Goldberg. Ben Hollingsworth, the trainer. Sammy Filia, the winning driver. And it is the first win this year. 6th lifetime for My Tide. 153 and 2. The third race payouts 8 My Tide 1410, 910 480, 2 Who Are You 1380 and 990, and 4 Chicanery 840, $2 exactor 101.60, dollar try 145.55, dollar super 365.25, 20-cent super 73.05. The third race, order finish from the top, scratch 2436751. That's scratch 2436751 on the bottom. Field on post parade for race number 4. 1 is Stomper Tom Austin Sorry for Mike Armstrong and Wade and Philip Toussaint. And number 2 is The Great Reset Lauren House for Chantel Ruiz. Number 3 is The Fixer, Brent Madonna for David Fry. Number 4 is My Buddy Sam, Bertie Golliers for Jennifer Pinkerton and Patricia Bailey. Five is Great Magic, Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen. Number 6 is Missouri, Jason Ryan for Paul Walker and Julie Walker. Number 7, Baden, Jay Harris for Duncan Brewer and Randall Urquhart. Number 8 is Jokic, Paul McKenzie, David Jim King and William Brown and Gary Adair. Nine, Serenity Cruise, Scott Culver, Don Lindsay, and Jeff and Bernie Barr. Well, let's get a look at this field for race number 4. We'll start with number 4, My Buddy Sam. And as expected, Sugar, you mentioned this one will take a lot of money, 4 to 5 on the board. And, well, you've seen this one racing in the preferred class at London. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no shot you're going to get anywhere close to his 3-1 morning line here. Likely to go away, odds on, or even money. Draws well, too, right? He leaves right behind the car. I can see Brady sending this one forward, likely to be on or near the lead here. He's been close since mid-April. Finishing second best right there with them, although the last start, he's 8 lengths back of a track record performance by Passerino. Friend of the show, James Woods, took a fabulous photo of Passerino and driver Mark McDonald turning for home that night. And one of my favorite photos from the evening got sent along to Atlantic Post Calls, likely to make the next edition.
And My Buddy Sam, if you're worried that this one's a bit wind shy, wasn't wind shy last year at 4 wins in 5 seconds. This year just is come up just a little bit short on a few occasions, but not all that much. You know, look at the ones that beat. Royalty Beer is a pretty nice one, as well as you mentioned Passerino and My Buddy Sam.
Yeah, the second best finish is Gary. The only one where he got beat by quite a bit was that latest, and it took a 154 and 3 mile over London to have him finishing second by 8 lengths. All those starts before that, he is right there with them, battling hard, grinding away. I mean, this just appears to be a great spot for him.
Yeah, you know, I almost went to 1 Stomper Tom on top, and this is a horse I think is going to have a good shot on the inside here. Was really good last race at Flamborough.
Yeah, I'm expecting an up-close trip for this one as well. Stomper Tom, son of Wheeling and Dealing for trainer Michael Armstrong. A one-time winner this season, 58-1 over Flamborough. Now, he has gotten around Rito last season, 59-1. So pretty good on the half and 5/8 tracks. And I like the look right now. I don't think he can beat the 4. My Buddy Sam, we're both heavy on that 4-1 exactor here.
What I didn't like for Stomper Tom, 2 wins in the past 38, but 8 seconds and 7/3. I thought this is a horse that gets close but just doesn't get the job done. But certainly belongs in the hunt, and on the exactor ticket we have this one both. Number 8, Jokic, well, raced really well in each of the last couple, but those were inside posts, now has to deal with the outside.
It is the outside to overcome. Does show 56 speed, though, in his latest 2. McKenzie, he gets along pretty good at the half milers and this 5/8 at Grand River Raceway. I don't think he's going to grab up and take right to the back of the pack here. I think he wants to float on into there and find a spot maybe in the front half of the field. Paul McKenzie inching closer to 9,500 career driving victories.
And then you threw one with a lot of back class, a veteran, Serenity Cruise, on the bottom of the ticket.
Yeah, just for a best of the rest angle, right? I like 4, 1, and 8, but this 9 horse taking third choice action right now.
Yeah, and I threw the fixer into third on my ticket, but that last race at Flamborough was really good. But this is a little bit snugger, but still the fixer is one that's also got a bit of class. How about 404,000?
Ooh, he's a Class C veteran. This is a really nice field of preferred trotters. I'm looking forward to this one. Take it away, Gary. Let's go.
It's a full field of 9 for the fourth dash. A lot of full fields this evening, and this one is nearing the start. Preferred trotters in position. They're at the start and they're off, and the great reset will need a reset because went off stride. And also off stride right now is my buddy Sam. And so now on the outside, Jokic is going to bounce right out with Missouri. And on the inside, the fixer is forwardly placed as they work on around the turn. Then racing position fourth is Baden and Stomper Tom. He is positioned fifth as they work on around the turn. Then Serenity Cruise, and now my buddy Sam has a lot of work to do, and then Great Magic, and they race their way off the turn. Jokic and Paul McKenzie has come on to get the lead. Missouri is racing second. The fixer is third in line, and Baden is racing fourth in front of Stomper Tom, Serenity Cruise, then the Great Magic, and my buddy Sam is well back, and further is the Great Reset off a break. 27-3 opening quarter, and it is Jokic and Paul McKenzie at 20-1. How about 90-1 Missouri racing, filling the pocket? The fixer at 14-1 is third. Then Baden is racing fourth, and Stomper Tom fifth on the inside. Serenity Cruise is now cruising strongly on the outside and is moved up. And then it is well back to the Great Magic, my buddy Sam, and the Great Reset. But Jokic, as they drive their way on towards the three quarters off that 57-3 halftime, and Jokic picked up a 30-second second panel breather. Might need it to hold off a long shot. Baden at 70-1 is alongside Jokic, and now Baden boldly is able to come on and take the lead. Baden now leads it by about length and three quarters. Baden and Jokic, and then on the inside Missouri as the field is about to turn for home. Then Serenity Cruise, and way out wide trying to make a late push is my buddy Sam. Baden, my buddy Sam is closing. Baden better hurry up and get to the finish, and is going to do so. And then my buddy Sam with a big burst to finish second. Missouri and the fixer, Baden, and that big noise you hear is a bunch of tickets hitting the floor in the pick five, Sugar.
Ooh, that's a big wrench into the early multi-leg wagers. This horse, Baden, winning at 70-1. Now, did the best horse win it? I don't think so. I think my buddy Sam was much the best in there. A rare break at the start. May have taken every chance away, but he was in with a shot. Picking them off on that final turn. If he doesn't break, he runs away and hides in there.
And the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to that break for my buddy Sam. But that was a full break, was well back, and just came flying.
Out of character.
Yeah, and you know what?
Out of character indeed, and what a recovery.
Yeah, and look, I've just showed you that my buddy Sam was clearly tons the best, because without that break, probably wins going away by 8 to 10 lengths or so. But Baden was able to take advantage, and things worked out well. And also Baden actually at least was coming in racing well this season. That wasn't going well. 4 starts, wasn't racing well, and then the last 2, a win and a second, moved up a level. But Jay Harrison, Baden got the job done at a big time price of 70-1.
Yeah, I would never have been able to find that horse in there. For me, it was all my buddy Sam. The one Stomper Tom had a slow beginning. He was gapped the gate and spotted them like 2 or 3 lengths when leaving at the start. So Stomper Tom never really had a chance to get involved. I was surprised for Jokic to be on top and give up the lead as easily as he did. There was no answers when Baden came calling. So how about that? 70-1. 1-5, 90-1 finishes third. Big prices ahead, Gary.
Yeah, Missouri is actually a horse with a bit of ability that raced in the preferred class last race and was reasonably competitive. But Baden, hey, 70 to 1 is good. Those tickets hit the ground pretty rapidly once Baden Baden was able to hold off that big charge from my buddy Sam.
I would say.
There is Baden Baden back in front of us. A 4-year-old green Manalishi brown mare. But Duncan Brewer and Rendell Urquhart and Steve Deedy. Duncan Brewer's the trainer. Jay Harris, the Green Arrow with Baden Baden. It's the second win this year, and it's the 7th lifetime for Baden Baden. 156-4. Fans, the inquiry sign will go down. The judge's ruling that there were no violations by number 4, my buddy Sam. The 4th race, 7 Baden Baden, 154.60, 12.80 and 10.50. For my buddy Sam, 230, 226, Missouri 11.80. $2 exactor, 1,753.40. 20-cent tribe, 1,981.40. 20-cent super, 3,600, 9.33. the fourth race. So we finish from the top. It's an 874-293-165. That's 874-293-165 at the bottom. Once again, fans, disregard that note about the missing chart line in race 7. There is no missing chart line. on parade for race number 5 on Post Parade. 1 is Major Hill, Lost and Sorry for Gerard Demers. Number 2 is Duck Dynasty, Brett McDonough for Stefan Poulot. Number 3 is Magical Ean, semi-failure Anthony Beaton and David Lumsden. Number 4 is Make Me an Offer, Scotty Gold for Robert Bernicki. 5 is Joe DiMaggio, Jay Harris for Tamara Karasek. Number 6, Century Endeavor, Brady Gollier for Joe Pereira and Brian and Ira Wallach. Number 7, Mathematician, Paul Davies for Glenn Pinnell. Number 8 is Are You Crazy, Paul McKenzie for Melissa Rennie. And number 9 is Where I Come From, Jason Ryan for Terry Gallant and Max Webster Stable. Field of 9, race number 5. Let's get a look at this field. It features the Super High 5 and, well, Sugar, I was all over Make Me an Offer in that ill-fated pick 5, which most people are long gone on, but Make Me an Offer still at least is the one that I like the most here, and I especially like 3-1.
It appears that maybe all of those pick 5 tickets are on the floor. I'm not seeing any will pays on the HBI bet site. But, of course, we'll have to wait till race 5 goes official with prices to confirm. But it's looking like a carryover into the race 7 late pick 5. The pick 4 will pays. They're all coming back on paying 3 of 4. So there's no live tickets in play for the pick 4. Again, the pick 4 will be paying out on 3 of 4. But again, it appears we're going to have that pick 5 carryover for race number 7 this evening. So a big knockout in the 4th race with that 7, Baden.
Well, there'll be a lot of win tickets, though, on number 4, Make Me an Offer, your top pick and my top one.
Yeah, I like the chances here. Scott Coulter has been doing a fabulous job with this one, going up for Quebec Connections here. The trainer and owner, Robert Bernicki, out of Quebec, has Scott Coulter staying on. A winner of 2 from the last 3. I like his look. Very confident looking. Son of Heston Blue Chip here. The price is right at 2-1.
Number 1, Major Hill, has been getting a major chunk of the betting action and is one that's got enormous back class and raced better last race. That last race really good. Gerard Demers' barn has been on fire all year.
Yeah, the strong combination of Demers and Sorry, right? We saw it in London. You're going to see plenty of it here with Grand River Raceway this summer. Didn't like to get away for Austin in race 4 when leaving the rail with stopper Tom. He was gapping the gate at the start. So hoping for a better beginning for the rail starter, Major Hill. Here's lots of black back class with this one, a 53-time winner, over $750,000 earned lifetime. Major Hill should be a major factor with these.
Mathematician raced well for Paul Davies at Flamborough last race in terms of late in the mile because it was way back and then swung out 3 wide and suffered interference and still scored a 4th. Could now step forward off of that one because it was off about 3 weeks before that start.
Yeah, I do like that mile. Note the half was just 59, so he was at the mercy of a slow early pace. But as you mentioned, made a big move on the wide side and showed some interference when turning for home. The pace to back half 56-2. So as you mentioned, missing 3 weeks prior to the latest, going back on a regular rotation pretty much. I'm looking for a big trip tonight for number 7, Mats. Mystician, top 3 play all day for me.
And then Duck Dynasty. I used to get a kick out of that show, and Phil Roberts. And Duck Dynasty is Brett McDonald.
Yeah, Brett, he got caught up in traffic with the trotter there in race number 4. This one does have some early speed to work with. Looking for a spot up close. Catch driving assignment here for trainer Stefan Pouliot.
Yeah, and this is one that was a good earner last year. This will be just the 5th start this year. It wasn't kicking in just yet, but the last race was a big improvement. So Duck Dynasty is one that you might need to get out the duck call, and this is one that I think is going to be coming and being a factor. And I don't think I'm steering you afoul on Duck Dynasty. One more. How about number 9, Where I Come From?
Where I come from, pretty good check getter. Just a one-time winner this season. That victory was over the Meadows 5/8, a very fast 5/8 south of the border, and now he's on the fastest 5/8 north of the border.
And look, the trailer post, and that's not my favorite post here, but we'll see if he can overcome it. But it's a pick 5, and I think belongs on the ticket. It's yes.
Yeah, Jason Ryan. He's been in the mix all night, Gary. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Jason show up with this 9 to get a big chunk of it.
He's moving in closer to the gate. He'll be just fine as well too. And they're all in position for this 5th race. Field for the 5th dash. He is at the start of the rough, and Make Me an Offer. He's going to blast out well. Also, Joe DiMaggio, and now on the inside, Duck Dynasty is racing into the front 3. Then Magicalene and Major Hill. And then it is back to Where I Come From, and Century Endeavor and Maximus and Are You Crazy? Duck Dynasty gets the early call as they race to the opening quarter. Duck Dynasty and Brett McDonald. And then it is Make Me an Offer, rolling position 2nd. 3rd in line, Magical Ian, and then Joe DiMaggio, and they race their way up a lively 26-2 opening quarter and work their way on up towards us. But it is Duck Dynasty with the lead over Make Me an Offer, Magical Ian, Joe DiMaggio. Major Hill now is going to step to the outside in front of Where I Come From, Century Endeavor, Maximus and Are You Crazy? As they work their way on up towards the half. And Duck Dynasty's got the lead. Make Me an Offer filling the pocket. Magicalene on the inside. Major Hill is on the outside, sharing 3rd. And now Major Hill is taken 3rd. Magicalene is 4th on the inside. Joe DiMaggio 5th, strong half, 55-3. 6th is Where I Come From. Then Maximus and Century Endeavor. And Are You Crazy? And now Make Me an Offer is coming alongside Duck Dynasty. It is Make Me an Offer and Duck Dynasty as they race on by 3/4. But Duck Dynasty doesn't want to let Make Me an Offer get on by. Duck Dynasty is game on the inside. Duck Dynasty, Make Me an Offer. They're going to battle. Magical Ian is 3rd. 3/4 was 124-2. As the field turns for home. And then it is Joe DiMaggio and Major Hill. On down the stretch route they come. Make Me an Offer's got a slim advantage over Duck Dynasty and now leads it by about 3/4 of a length. Make Me an Offer and Duck Dynasty. Make Me an Offer is going to win. Then Duck Dynasty is in a place photo with Magical Ian. And then it was Joe DiMaggio and Major Hill. Make Me an Offer had to work, but was just too good for a very game Duck Dynasty. Make Me an Offer. Well, the offer on the board was 8-5. That's not a bad price, actually, for Make Me an Offer, Sugar.
Make Me an Offer. You know, he was an odds-on favorite both times when he won over Flambro, and to get, like you said, 8-5 on him tonight, that's a pretty good price. And he got a great steer, pocket ride to victory here. Scott Coulter getting along. We mentioned how confident this horse looked on Post Parade, and after this race, he's all business right there. He knows he's won, and still that confidence is brooming.
And I should mention that you're the one that tabbed Duck Dynasty. You used this one right underneath your top 3, and Duck Dynasty certainly was up to it. Wasn't showing that much in the first 3 starts of the year, but last time out was better and then was really good tonight. Just got beaten by a better horse. But Duck Dynasty is one to put on your watch list now.
I would think, especially if Brett McDonald happens to show up on him next time out. Now, Brett, as a catch driver, I've been watching lots from Buffalo over the last month or two, and Brett hops up on a horse there, and he does well. There's some drivers got it, right? They've got it in their hands. Whatever they've got, they hop on a horse that they've never driven before or driven in some time, and the horse responds well. Duck Dynasty sure did.
And there's a look at that Make Me an Offer. I mean, finally wore down Duck Dynasty, but Duck Dynasty really made Make Me an Offer have to work hard at it. There is the 3 Magical Ian, and that's a longer play at 35-1 gets on the ticket. Sammy Filia, Anthony Beaton kind of got left alone on the board, and is a pretty nice price.
Very nice price to get involved in that high-five play. If you got a favorite winning it, you're going to look for a price somewhere along the line. So Magical Ian at 35-1, sweetening up this high-five wager in the 5th. The 4, 2, 3, 5, and 1 is what you're going to need to cash in on the earliest high-five.
Back in front of us is number 4, Make Me an Offer, 6-year-old Heston Blue Chip Bay Gelding, owned and trained by Robert Bernicki. Scotty Coulter, the Tan Tornado, with the winning drive. It's the third win in 5 starts this year, 16th win. Lifetime Make Me an Offer, and the Tan Tornado taking race number 5. The 5th race payouts for Make Me an Offer, $550, $350, $310, 2 Duck Dynasty, $540 and $410, and 3 Magical Een, $980. $2 Exactor, $28.20. Dollar Tribe, $95.50. 20-cent high five, $723.34. 20-cent pick 3 on 2 of 3 is $483. The 20-cent pick 4 is 3 of 4, $30.08. And there'll be a pick 5 carryover into race number 7 of $7,267.55. Giddy up. Race number 7, pick 5 carryover. Fifth race, so we're finished from the top. 523 146 789. That's 523 146 789 on the bottom. Once again, fans, note that carryover for the pick 5, and it goes into race number 7, the final 5 legs of the evening. That carryover, 7,267.55. The pick 5 carryover. I'm sure Sugar's got the pencil out now and sharpening it up, trying to find it. He's going to give you the winner, I believe it. Field for the 6th on parade 1 is Copetown Cowgirl, Brady Colliers for Rod Boyd and Dale Devine. Number 2 is Back in a Flash, Brett McDonough for Candice Morell and Al Gibb. Number 3 is Mickey Moose, Jason Ryan for Anthony Beaton and Robert Jones.
They're all out of order, Gary, sorry.
There's number 6, Scuba Sammy Hammer, Sam Fillion for Jimmy Copley and Kimberly Eaton and Peter Kircher. And there is number 4, Honey Wash, J.B. Renault for Julie Anthony Hahn driving for Julie Walker. There is a look at Scotty Golder, 5 Lions on the Beach for Ken Oliver and 3 Lions Racing. Number 6 is Scuba Sammy Hanover, Sammy Fillion for Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton and Peter Kircher. Number 8 is Butter Me Up Austin Surrey for Lindsay Curran, Alec Janik, and Sally Charlton. Number 7 is Twin Be Easy Bet, Damian McClellan for Chantel Mitchell. And number 9 is Trouble with Maggie. It is Mark McDonnell for Carl Jameson and Greg Hayter. A field of 9 for race number 6. Sugar, let's get a look at this field. And I see that Conley is just not respecting the 9 Trouble with Maggie. And now the price has come up at 6-1, but we both have a lot of regard for this big bad John filly based on the back half of the qualifier.
Right on. That's what I'm looking at. The trailing spot to overcome. Not a big fan of the post, but I am a big fan of this first-time starter. Carl Jameson trainee. And again, you said it. Big back half in the qualifier, like 55-1 speed on the end off a pocket ride. But the whole thing is, where is she going to get situated early? I like her size. She's not tall, but she's thick looking and well relaxed. She's not tugging hard on McDonnell or anything. I just like the way she looks, and I like the way she's coming in off that big qualifier.
We both love this one. We don't mind if the others don't want to go along with us because we'll just get more then. That's perfectly fine, 5-1. How about number 5, Lions on the Beach? Scotty Coulter and Ken Oliver have really teamed up well this year at Flamborough, and we'll see if it continues here. But this is one that tried Mohawk last race.
Yeah, another one showing 55-4 in the latest over the big track. We had her in London, late April and into May. And did okay there with a win in the qualifier and then third best in a start over London. Just a lightly raced, a daughter of Better's Delight. I really struggled with this race, to be honest. The 9 for me popped off the page. After that, I struggled to find my second, third, and fourth choices here.
Well, one that you did end up deciding to go with was one Copetown Cowgirl. Look at that, 3-2. Now you saw this one in the London Classic Series and was just was okay, and the May 11th start a 4th, and then from the trailer post just got a 6th. Did flash some speed in the middle half, but I don't see how you get to 8-5.
How do you get to 8-5 when the lowest price she's showing here in 5 starts is 31-1? Anywhere from 31-1 to 86-1 in her last 5 outings in Ontario, and here she is sitting at 2-1. I don't get it.
Well, and one that I could get that would get some action would be the 6, and yet it's not come. This is Sammy Filia, Jamie Copley, that alone, and then the form was reasonably good. Look, had post 7 last race, got away second and finished third, and Jamie's barn's been pretty good. I think that's a big a mistake there. This is my second choice, Scuba Sammy Hanover. That's the one I used next best to Trouble with Maggie.
I might bump this one up into the second spot, Gary. As mentioned, I struggled with finding horses for second, third, and fourth behind the 9, Trouble with Maggie. Here's a Scuba Sammy Hanover with a Sammy Filion on board for Copley. Punch player right here at 12-1. Scuba Sammy Hanover, post 6.
Yeah, and look, I think that's a logical second one. By the way, don't forget that pick 7 carryover into the next dash. Do your homework.
Ooh, I'm at it.
This is a field of 9 for race number 6. That carryover is more than $7,000 into race 7's pick 5, the late pick 5. But first up, the first order of business is a field of 9 for the 6th race. We have fillies and mares on the pace, a full field into the backstretch. And the field for the 6th race. Gathering speed. They're at the start and they're off, and from the outside, getting a butter me up with Scuba Sammy Hanover, and then along to the inside, that is Copetown Cowgirl. Lions on the Beach is fourth away. Trouble with Maggie is going to slide along the pylons and get away fifth, and then Honey Wash and back to Twinbee Easy Ben. Back in a flash, and Mickey Moose is trailing the field. They work their way around the turn, and Butter Me Up and Austin, stuck his toes in and went off stride trying to make the lead. It is Butter Me Up, or rather she stuck her toes in. It is Copetown Cowgirl. Scuba Sammy Hanover is second. Lions on the Beach is currently lying third in front of Trouble with Maggie. Of a 27-4 opening quarter, they head up towards the half. Copetown Cowgirl moves along on the lead in front of Scuba Sammy Hanover as they work their way up towards the half off that 27-4 opening quarter. Lions on the Beach is third. Trouble with Maggie now is going to angle to the outside and get some cover as Lions on the Beach is racing third and angles to the outside. Honey Wash is racing fifth, and then it is back to back in the flash and Twinbee Easy Bet and Mickey Moose, and then Butter Me Up, and they race on towards three quarters. And now Trouble with Maggie has come on to get the lead, 3-5 on the board. Trouble with Maggie, and now charging late. Lions on the Beach, that is Lions on the Beach who's got the lead, and Trouble with Maggie now is going to surge on the outside, and it is Trouble with Maggie and Lions on the Beach. They're going at it, and Copetown Cowgirl is racing third. Scuba Sammy Hanover is racing position fourth as the field is about to turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come, and it is still Scotty Calder and Lions on the Beach, but Trouble with Maggie is looking to provide some trouble to Scotty Calder as they come on down the stretch drive. Trouble with Maggie on the outside is getting closer. Lions on the Beach. Trouble with Maggie wins. Lions on the Beach was second. Then Honey Wash third, and fourth is between Copetown Cowgirl and Scuba Sammy Hanover. 155-4. The win goes to Trouble with Maggie. 3-5 though, Sugar.
Yeah, 3-5, and a heavy favorite for that exactor too. The 9 and 5 exactor combination coming back at just $10. But I credit Mark McDonnell with getting this filly off to a great beginning in her career debut. Leaving from the trailing spot, he was able to slip on through and pass a few horses in the early going to secure a fourth or fifth spot early, and then had her in a good striking spot on the outside, challenging late. And just her look, she didn't have to stress too much about getting to the wire first in there. She's just a big rumble along type that passed a few horses in her career debut. A great learning curve for her, and gets there in 55-4. Nice maiden score.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that job from the trailer post did a nice job by Mark McDonnell just to be able to at least get by some and get away fifth, and
right.
then stay within striking distance for that late push. And you just sometimes you can get shuffled back, but it didn't happen early. And good job though, Mark McDonnell. You saw just before the start, he was at least up close on the inside.
Yeah, I give him lots of credit for this drive on a young horse making her career debut. Some guys might have backed off a little and let a few horses in, but Mark just protected his inside lane. He didn't give up any ground, didn't give up any holes along the inside. It's just a really smart drive by a young driver that's kind of just finding his way and coming along well this season in Ontario.
Your top three were 9-5-1, but we get Honey Wash at 45-1 to jump in between your third and fourth horse, so that helps it out.
That's a big price finishing third with those.
Back in front of us is number 9, Trouble with Maggie. Mark McDonnell's the winning driver. 3-year-old Big Bad John Bay filly, owned by Greg Hayter, trained by Carl Jamieson. She scores in her career debut, mile of 155-4. Once again, fans, don't forget that pick 5 carryover into the 7th race is 7,200, 67.55. The 6th race payouts 9. Trouble with Maggie, 350, 260, 230. 5 Lions on the Beach, 330, 270. 4 Honey Wash, 770. $2 exactor, 970. Dollar try, 35.70. Dollar super, 134.40. 20 cents super, 26.88. sixth race, sort of finish from the top. 467-325-891. Scratch on the bottom. That's 467-325-891 on the bottom.
Hi, welcome back to the show, everyone. Sugar Doyle coming to you live from Grand River Raceway Studios in London. We've got a big one in play here. We've got a Pick 5 carryover. Now, this is just day 3 of a brand new race meet at Grand River Raceway, and this is already 3 carryovers into a brand new meet. We featured a pair of carryovers on Friday night's card, and here we go into a late Pick 5. There's your carryover total on the screen, $7,267 and change. Add it to this race 7. Late Pick 5. It's going to start up with some very nice pacers, a big field of 9 all through it. 5 full fields of 9 throughout the sequence. It's not easy, and I actually went deep in the opening leg, being the preferred pacing event. I'm going to call it wide open right off the bat. Make it through race 7. It'll give you a pretty good shot at carry on through to the end of this late Pick 5. I go thick in the beginning, and I've thinned it out on the end to keep the price down. I'm in to go for $21.60 on a 20-cent wager. So with about 6 minutes left before we see them on post break, let's go through some ticket ideas. The first leg, I'm using Cheddar Bay. Also going to YS Delight, Catfish Jack, outside the Blue Bar, and Diamond Rider. Treading spot, Logan Behold. It's wide open here. I mean, there's a heavy favorite early, number 2, Mythic Gambler. The morning line favorite does not make my ticket here. It's been months since that horse has made a pari-mutuel start for the Quebec Connection. Sam Filion driving again. I've left that one off my ticket, and at 1-2, making the seasonal debut, I'm just not sure. Over into race number 8, I'm 3 deep in there. Victor Invictus, Third Time's the Dream, and Living at Large, a trotting group backup class for race number 8. The 9th race, we go back on the pace, using Lady Century on the inside, then Brisk Sealster, and from the treading spot, HP Tourmaline. And then race number 10, back on the trot. Number 2, Ocean View Nikki, along with 3, Global News. For me, those 2 trotting mares kind of pop off the page in there, but likely to offer up some pretty good pricing. On the end of it, I had friends asking earlier, who do you like in the finale? It's tough. Well, I went to a single, number 1, Hestinator, for that strong combination of trainer Gerard Demers and driver Austin Sorey. Winners of their latest over Flamborough on 53-4. For me, that horse could be capable of showing some 52 speed on the end of tonight's card. My single, one and only single, throughout this late Pick 5 carryover sequence, number 1, Hestinator, in the finale. Gary Guy has mapped out his late Pick 5 ticket idea. Now we're about 4 minutes away from race number 7. Again, over $7,000 carryover money added to this late Pick 5 pool. In the 7th, his top selection being 7 Blue Bar. Also includes number 9, Logan Behold, and the 8 Diamond Rider. Gary opting to single up. Number 4, Third Time's the Dream in race number 8. Rep McDonald on board for his dad, trainer Ron McDonald. And over into race number 9, Gary's top selection there, the 9, HP Tourmaline. Gary also including 1 and 4 as his plans B and C. The 10th race for Gary, top selection number 3, Global News. I like it. He's also on the rail with number 1, Del Crest Brett, who's missed a month of action. Race 11 on the end of it for Gary Guy. He's liking 4, Thuman, big closer, using 1, Hestinator, and the 7, Toronto. 4 is his top selection. 1 and 7 also making his ticket. Only $10.80 to play along with the Gary Guy late Pick 5. And we've got time for Connolly Ecclestone's late Pick 5 ticket idea. Now with Connolly, I've been watching his multi-leg ticket ideas. And for me, what stands out for Connolly is he's chasing after some big prices. this meet. And why not? We've seen big prices, big payouts here at the River. So for the opening leg of this pick 5 carryover, Connolly opting for the 1. Cheddar Bay, a speed threat. In the center with 4, Stellite, big winner over London on May 22nd, 54 and 4 speed. He also went outside the 7 Blue Bar and the 8 Diamond Rider. Over to race number 8, the trotting event for Connolly. He went with 3, No Angel Like Me, expected to be a big price. The 5, Living at Large. Likely another price player there in the 8th race trotters. Even numbers on the pace in race 9 for Connolly. He went 2, 4, 6, and 8. Those even numbers are all going to be big prices in race 9. Connolly opting to single up number 2, Ocean View Nikki. Austin Sori on board for Mary Ratchford in race number 10. Race 11. Here is Connolly going after the closer, number 4, Thuman, and 7, Toronto for Team Hensley. $12.80 on a 20-cent wager to play along with Connolly Ecclestone as he continues to chase price players on his multi-leg ticket ideas. Best of luck to all taking their best shot. It's a tough sequence. If you take down this late pick 5 at the River, you're going to get paid. Good luck.
And fans, now disregard that missing chart line that's listed for race number 7. That is a glitch in the system that we're working to whitewash and get it on out of there. We haven't found it yet, but we'll get it. Field on post parade for the 7th. 1 is Cheddar Bay, Jay Harris for Peter Corrin, Don and Heather McGregor. Number 2 is Mythic Gambler, semi-failure for Catherine Girard and Cozen Farms. Number 3 is Wildcat Rocky, Anthony Hunt for Dale Herndon Wildcat Stables and Antonio Tangretta. Number 4 is Wise Delight, Mark McDonough for Gary McDonald. 5 is Catfish Jack, Dave Kelly for Randy Smith. Number 6 is Wild Doc Holiday, Damien McClellan for Patrick Bissett. Number 7, Blue Bar, Jason Ryan for Jody Cullen and Travis Cullen. Eight is Diamond Rider, Garrett Rooney for Pam Forkey and Triple S Equine. And 9 is Logan Behold, Brad McDonough for Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton. There was a look at that 8, Diamond Rider and Garrett Rooney. It's a field of 9 for the 7th race. Let's get a look at this field. And Logan Behold, well, behold, we've got another trailer post position that, you went to back-to-back trailer posts. You got one of them down so far in the 6th race. And this is one that last raced at London. The last race wasn't good, but how about the one just 2 races back? Pretty snug bunch.
100%. did well to score a victory there, gate to wire, 54-4 over London. I'm thinking that's like 52 speed over Grand River Raceway. Now, the last time out over London, he got roughed up. Logan Behold parked throughout and then gave it up, and why not? Many horses would after parking down to a half of 56 from an outside post 7. He's going to be following out speed. Behind one, Cheddar Bay. 10-year-old son of Better Than Cheddar, a known speed threat. I think he just wants to follow out that Jay Harris helmet and remain close. I like his look. I mean, Brett McDonald's grabbing on pretty good here to a sharp-looking Logan Behold going out for the Jamie Copley barn.
2 races ago at Flamborough, Catfish Jack race there, this 5-horse. I didn't use this one on my top 4, was the betting favorite and crushed the field. Just didn't show respect for Catfish Jack, and then I thought it might be a one-off, went down to London and said, no, it's not a one-off, and won there in 54.
Yeah, I thought he would have had his hands full last time out over London, facing Diamond Rider, who he's going to face once again here tonight. Diamond Rider, on that occasion, was only paying $3.30 to win. So Catfish Jack, he was the second choice. Diamond Rider came up to him at 3/4 and turned him away. So for me, Catfish Jack, he gets ahead of Diamond Rider this time in my selections. Now, Diamond Rider did go a big trip in the latest to be second, but Catfish Jack, as you mentioned, on fine form coming into this. And plus he's got that big gate blasting effect, 26-3 from the rail at Flamborough. I see Dave Kelly setting this one.
The one that you used for third is my top one, number 7, Blue Bar. I disrespected the barn of Jody Cullen in the first race and paid for it as Groovy Baby. Yeah, got the job done. But Blue Bar here, no disrespect on my part this time. This is one that shows 3 consecutive 51 and change miles before a 53-3 second last time out. Been racing some solid company at Mohawk.
Strong barn of Cullen, Jason Ryan, some pretty good hands. This horse is in good hands tonight. Number 7, Blue Bar, with the 51 speed over the big track, more than capable of flashing 51 or 52 speed here tonight. It's wide open, though, Gary.
And a horse that's coming in red hot, YS Delight, and Mark McDonnell. And this is one that stepped up last race at London as the betting favorite even, and was able to win, and, looks for 3 in a row.
He's got gate speed if he wants to use it. Check out his line 2 back, 27-2, sitting 2 after leaving the outside post 7. Mark McDonnell, we mentioned he's coming along great. Just a young driver up from the Maritimes, finding his way here in Ontario, but he's really come around the last couple of months. I like his style.
I used Diamond Rider for third. Tough post assignment. You get 16-1 on Diamond Rider. That's just tough to leave off the ticket.
Right, and G Money, Garrett Rooney, hopping on board, worth a long look here at 16-1. We haven't even mentioned the current favorite, number 2, Mystic Gambler. I think it's a tough spot for him, though. First start of the season against the Salty Bunch.
Yeah, I just used him for 4th just because it's the first start, but certainly fits on talent, but just been off a while. It's a tough spot. It's a field of 9, race number 7, a great group, and they are moving towards the start. Field for the 7th race is in position. They're at the start of the rough, and down the center of the track, getting out well, Catfish Jack with Wildcat Rocky, Wild Dog Holiday, then Blue Bar, still traveling to the outside. Cheddar Bay is 5th away. Then it is back to Logan Behold and Mythic Gambler in YS Delay, and Diamond Rider is trailing field. But Catfish Jack right now is leading by about 4 or 5 lengths and is in sole possession of the lead. Blue Bar is driving on the outside and is racing strongly now. Blue Bar is going to tuck on into the pocket and works in front of Wildcat Rocky off a 26-2 strong opening panel. Wild Dog Holiday is 4th. Cheddar Bay is 5th on the inside. Then it is back racing 6th to Logan Behold, then Mythic Gambler, Diamond Rider, and YS Delight. But it is Catfish Jack who's got the front as they work their way on into the backstretch. Catfish Jack leads by 2.5 lengths over Blue Bar, the second closest, the second one, and closest to Catfish Jack, and then Cheddar Bay. Wildcat Rockies racing fourth, and Logan Behold is on the outside fifth, and Wild Doc Holiday, and then Mythic Gambler, back to Diamond Rider and Wyeth Delight, and off a half of 55 and 4, Catfish Jack just keeps on going. It is Catfish Jack who's stretching out the lead, and now that lead is about 3, but trying to close the gap is Blue Bar. Cheddar Bay is racing third, and now coming on, Logan Behold has taken over fourth, and then it is Mythic Gambler fifth, and sixth is Wildcat Rocky. 3/4 123 and 4. Catfish Jack, but Blue Bar is looming. Blue Bar looking to reel in Catfish Jack. It is Blue Bar on the outside, moving boldly on the outside. Blue Bar on the outside, trying to collar Catfish Jack and Cheddar Bay. Blue Bar is on top, and then Cheddar Bay, Catfish Jack, and 3 across the track for fourth. 152 and 1. Blue Bar gets it done. Jason Ryan again.
Jason Ryan, Team Cullen, Blue Bar. Wrong about the winning horse, right about the mile. 52 and 1 speed for Blue Bar.
Yeah, I said I was.
Your top selection, Gary. Nice pick.
Yeah, and I said I disrespected the Jody Cullen barn in the first race, not backing Groovy Baby. Yeah, well, I didn't repeat that mistake here. I went with the Jody Cullen barn because, you know what? When you don't go with them, you pay the price.
Well, I've got this one pegged as a player to start up the late pick 5, which I'm sure you do as well. I wasn't sure what kind of answer this horse would have late after parking through the opening quarter. 26 and 2. Did find a room at the inn, but like I said, I wasn't seeing this horse start up like he did late. But what a nice mile for Blue Bar. I mean, used up pretty good early, but was sticking around late, challenging late, and takes the top class event for Pacers tonight.
I think we're going to hear a lot from Catfish Jack this year as well because that was a strong performance. Probably just got nipped for second and ended up finishing third. But, I mean, he did a lot of freewheeling on top. And as he did the last one at Western Fair and one at Flamborough, the horse gained leave, so that's always helpful.
Yes, indeed. I thought when being left alone like he was, I didn't think he'd even face a challenger going into the final turn, but then they started to inch closer. 7, 1, 5, and 9 on numbers showing up. The 2 Mythic Gambler, again, very surprised to see that horse go away as a 3-2 favorite after missing months of racing action. But he was able to pick up a check, finishing a good fifth, closed up well. He's one to be looking for next time, number 2 Mythic Gambler. We just didn't see it for him tonight as the race favorite.
Yeah, we'll see it. I mean, first time start for the year and
right
has the speed. Needed one under his belt, but, you know, Blue Bar didn't need anything other than just to be let go by Jason Ryan when it was time to go and catch Catfish Jack. And Blue Bar, off of back-to-back runner-up finishes, this time scores the win. Jason Ryan, 4-year-old, all bets off. Brown gelding, Blue Bar, Travis Cullen owns, and Jody Cullen is the trainer. It's the 4th win this year, 10th lifetime. Blue Bar, 152 and 1. Seventh race, number 7, Blue Bar, $6, $372.81. Cheddar Bay, $664, 10.5. Catfish Jack, $350. $2 exactor, $36.20. Dollar Tribe, $87.75. The dollar super is $468.75, and the 20-cent super, $93.75. Seventh race order finish from the top 259 837 164. That is 259 837 164 on the bottom.
Alrighty, we are back. We are set to dive into a late pick four at Grand River Raceway. Thank you to players for supporting the carryover on that late pick five. Almost $20,000 in new money played into the late pick five. About $4,000 remains live and in play. Moving on to leg two. Let's get a look now at some ticket ideas for this late pick four. We've got trotters to start up the opening leg. Good looking field of 9 on the trot. It's full fields of 9 on the final 4 races here this evening. 3 deep the opening leg. I went to the 1, Victor Invictus, using 4, third time's the Dream, as well as the 5, Living at Large, who I know well from London. 1, 4, and 5 for me, race 8. The 9th race, going to the 1, Lady Century, coming in off the qualifying victory, a big turnaround for her in that qualifier, where she coming back half 56 and 4. So maybe some tinkering has gone on since last starting May 11th for the once Lady Century. Again, that's a big turnaround in her qualifier. We'll also try the 3 Brisk Seals during the 9 HP Tourmaline in the 9th race. 10th race, 2 deep there with Ocean View Nikki, Global News, and on the end, I'm going to stay on that single. Love the chances for number 1, Hestinator. Sorry, on board for Demers in that finale, in for just $3.60 on a 20-cent play. Gary Guy with his late pick 4 ticket idea. Gary stays on his single for race 8, that being a third time's the Dream. Brett McDonald on board. This one conditioned by his dad, Ron McDonald. They dove in and claimed this one last time out for the tag of $15,000. 9th race. Gary's top selection, the 9, HP Tourmaline, Sam Filion for Chantal Mitchell. His plan B and C, Lady Century, was Smoked Them Again, the 1 and 4 in the 9th. 10th race for Gary, top selection, 3 Global News. His next choice being 1, Adele Crest Brent. That one makes the ticket. And one more ticket to look at here for Connolly Ecclestone. He goes 2 deep the opening leg, using those price players, the even numbers, race 9, 2, 4, 6, and 8 singles up. Number 2, Ocean View Nikki in the 10th, on the end of it, 4 and 7. 320 to play along with Connolly's late pick 4 at the River. Good luck.
Field for race number 8. 1 Victor Invictus. Brady Golyer's drives for Ashley Lenvoy. Number 2 is Maestro Sealster, semi-failure for Julie Walker. Number 3 is No Angel Like Me, Scotty Quiller for Candice Morrell. Number 4 is Third Time's the Dream, Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald and Shen Go. Number 5, Living at Large, Lauren House for Chantal Ruiz.
He's working his way out.
6 is Stonebridge Glee, Jason Ryan for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 7 is Chip Happened, Paul McKenzie for James McKeag and Jan McKeag Weischer. Number 8 is Bandura Austin Surrey for Gerard Demers and Paul Levine. And number 9 is All-Star Goldie, Garrett Rooney for Steve Watson, All-Star Farms. Let's get a look at this field for the 8th race. And, well, your top one, Victor Invictus. The fans think this is going to be a victory for this veteran on the inside. A lot of backlash.
And at 10 years of age, already 3 wins in his 2026 season. Inside post to work with Very Honest Trotter. Ashley Lenvoy condition. Brady Golliers, the catch driving assignment here. And Brady's one that when hopping up on a horse, he seems to get along well. A decent catch driver added to the mix here in Ontario.
Interesting to see if he has gate speed here in this one, because last race was a little bit better, but certainly some starts without flashing gate speed. And but look, was also racing some solid trotters on the big track, but a veteran that overall has a lot of class. Victor Invictus, 1-2.
He looks great.
But you know what? I'm standing by my being all in on Third Time's the Dream. I might have wanted to just back up Victor Invictus just because of the big carryover into the Big Five, but I thought, no, you know what? Just stay where you're at. All in. Your second choice, Third Time's the Dream. First start, Ron McDonald.
Yeah, they dove in and claimed this horse last time out for a $15,000 tag. Now they bump him up with a $20,000 price tag for this. So he will be facing likely what could be a bit tougher here. Leaving right behind the car, there's gate speed to work with. We know that after sitting 2 last time out, finishing 3rd. But looking for maybe a bit of improvement here. Anytime a horse switches barns, just a change of scenery alone could, freshen up a horse and make him want to try just a little bit more for new connections.
Yeah, and he'd been with Jim Ellis for quite a few years, and he'd been really good for Jim. I mean, I'm sure they weren't happy to leave him, but you drop him into where he goes, and he got claimed. And but he's a proven veteran, more than 200,000 lifetime, just a 7-year-old, Third Time's the Dream. But my top one for starting new barn, 9-2, better price than the 4-5. Others, how about number 5, Living at Large? Lived a little larger last race, got away from the preferred class, and that helped.
He raced against some very nice trotters all winter long in London and into the spring, was able to get a second best finish behind nice trotting mare April Duford in the latest. But he has raced against the preferred in London. He has beaten the preferred right down there. His last line on the page, April 20th, was a winner over My Buddy Sam. And we saw what that trotter did tonight after making a break, a big recover to be second. So Living at Large, I know him well. Lauren House does a fine job with him. And at 7-2, I can get behind him.
That win against My Buddy Sam's a great measuring stick that he can fit in here nicely. 9 All-Star Goldie is one. The last race was a 5th, but before that was racing well. And look, overall in the year, this is one this year that was win shy, but did win 8 times last year.
A one-time winner this season, you're right, and got there a whole lot more last time out. Does hook up with G-Money. Garrett Rooney gets the catch driving assignment here. I'm not sure if he's driven her before, but she's leaving behind the veteran, Victor Invictus, still holding it even money. If she can get herself situated in the front half of this field, she'll get a big shot with these. The price is so right, 15-1.
You know, my second choice behind Third Time's the Dream is number 3, No Angel Like Me. Now, I know made a break last race that was post-8 at Flamborough, tried to leave, but was really good, was second to our Royal Port in a really good condition group just 2 races ago.
He's all right, and he does get Scott Coulter tonight, but it's just you need that clean line. He raced on a fast track and made the breaks, so he needs that clean line first, and that's why I steered clear.
Well, I was willing to go there for second and behind Third Time's the Dream, but Victor Invictus, your top one's getting all the love, even money on the board. It's a field of 9, a good field of trotters in this 8th dash, and they are in the backstretch nearing the start. Field for the 8th race. All in position. They're at the start of the rough and getting a Bandura from the outside, and also emerging is Living at Large, and on the inside, No Angel Like Me is right now second. Victor Invictus on the inside, Third Time's the Dream is sharing third with Victor Invictus, and now is going to press on, and Third Time's the Dream is going to drive on and try to get over to the pylons third, and was able to do so in front of Victor Invictus, and then it is back to Bandura, Maestro Sealster, All-Star Goldie, then Stonebridge Glee and Chip happened, and they race off the turn. Living at Large is large early, a 28-2 opening quarter. No Angel Like Me, and Scotty Coulter's right there second. Third Time's the Dream is third right now in front of Victor Invictus, racing positioned fourth as they head up towards the half of a 28-2 opening quarter. Bandura fifth, and then Maestro Sealster and All-Star Goldie and Stonebridge Glee and Chip happened, and they race on past the half with Living at Large. Large right now for Lauren House. Living at Large leads by 2 1/4 over No Angel Like Me. Victor Invictus popped out and now has come on the outside and is taken over third from Third Time's the Dream, who's on the inside. Then it is back to Bandura, Maestro Sealster, and All-Star Goldie, but Living at Large is large for Lauren House and leads by about 3 1/2 or 4 over No Angel Like Me. Then Victor Invictus and Third Time's the Dream and Bandura. They race by 3/4, Living at Large. 1:27-2, Living at Large, and Lauren House just keeps on going. Living at Large, No Angel Like Me, Victor Invictus, and then Third Time's the Dream, and then it is Bandura and Maestro Sealster. And they turn on down the stretch drive. Living at Large is just cruising. A large effort for Lauren House. Living at Large is going to win. No Angel Like Me is going to stick around for second in front of Victor Invictus. And then Third Time's the Dream. 1:56 flat. Living at Large. That was a large performance, Sugar.
Oh, he was large and in charge throughout. He never faced a challenger. There was never a serious threat coming his way, and a new lifetime best is what he's going to go home with. 1:56 flat. He was just stealing away on the front end. Very soft half, 58-3. Then he was tossing 28-4 speed at them through the third, home in 28-3 for the new lifetime best. He took late action in there as well, Gary. When we discussed him, he was 7-2. The late action brought him down to 2-1, and just jogged.
Absolutely. That was really impressive. And you mentioned, look, Living at Large won the preferred, beating my buddy Sam back in the middle of April. And I had a few races that weren't that great, but that was the preferred class. Last race, dropping a level, woke right back up and, was very awake here this evening.
Yeah, he might have to go right back to preferred action now after that victory. He did it so easy. Lauren House, great job with trotters throughout his career, and he's got another good one here. This is Living at Large, as mentioned, never faced a challenger at any point during that mile.
You said No Angel Like Me needed a flat line. I would say this was a good flat line for No Angel Like Me.
That was a really good trip. Scott Coulter did a fine job getting her away cleanly and up close. We should have got together just boxing up the 1, 3, 4, 5 on a super, because it might come back okay here.
Yeah, those were my top 4. I just had the wrong order because I did have No Angel Like Me for second, but unfortunately, Third Time's the Dream. I was all in on the first start for Ron McDonald, but you know what? Yeah, he's he didn't look like he wanted to be any part of the top three because he's just stuck around for a fourth.
Well, he did get used up a little going off the gate there to find a spot up close and along the pylons, but eventually he dropped in and was able to follow along. But none of them, I mean, no horse was going to beat Living at Large there this evening. He just showed up with his A game and said, see ya.
Large and in charge, Living at Large, 5-year-old wheeling and dealing bay gelding by Lauren House and Chantel Ruiz. Lauren House is the trainer and the winning driver. Fourth win this year, 11th lifetime, Living at Large, 156 flat. Eighth race, pounds 5, Living at Large, 640, 350, 220. 3 No Angel Like Me, $560, $3. And 1 Victor Invictus, 220. $2 exactor, 29.30. Dollar Tribe, 35.75. The dollar superfect is 71.95. 20 cents super, 14.39. Eighth race, Sora finish from the top. 362 417 598. That's 362 417 598 on the bottom.
Submissions are now open for the 2026 Youth Contest presented by the Bill Galvin Racing Alliance. Kids can win cash prizes and a VIP night at the horse races. To enter the Youth Literary Derby, write a story or poem about anything related to standardbred horses. The Youth Literary Derby is open to students in grades 3 to 8 as of June 1st. To enter the Youth Art Derby, draw or sketch anything related to standardbred horses. The Youth Literary Derby is open to students in grades 3 to 12 as of June 1st. The deadline to enter both contests is August 31st. Visit our website for more information and inspiration.
Winbag Farm of Delaware offers several outstanding stallions, including EL Platinum, full brother to multiple stakes winners EL Ideal and EL Titan, Meadowlands Pace winner He's Watching, a Dan Panch Award winner and a world record holder over multiple sized ovals, Molotov Cocktail, a New York Sire Stakes final champion and multiple stakes winner, Nutcracker Sweet, half brother to the great Sweet Lou, and a multiple stakes winner, Sports Column, a 19-time winner and a multiple Ontario Sire Stakes gold winner at 2 and 3, and Top Flight Angel, a Yonkers Trot final champion and a Breeders' Crown elimination winner. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
field for the ninth on parade. Number 2 is Sporty Evie. Brady Colliers for Greg McNair, Ian Fleming.
He's hiding, Gary. Sorry.
There is 4 Smoke to McCann, Paul McKenzie for Austin McInerney and Hunt Racing. Number 3 is Brisk Sealster, Damien McClellan for Courtney Bishop. Number 5, Shadow Secret, Scott Calder for Lyle MacArthur and Frank Grandinetti. Number 6 is Ann Mack, Anthony Hunt for Shane Weber and Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Number 7, La Patrona Bella, Austin Surrey for Rachel Andrew and Muriel Smith. Eight is LD's Kimberly, Jason Ryan for Boyd Wilson and Rick Ryer. Nine is HB Tourmaline. It is Sammy Filia for Chantel Mitchell and Claude Amell. Note that number 1 is Lady Century, Brent McDonough for Corey Giles and Brad Gray. It's a field of 9 for race number 9. Another full field here on this Monday evening at Grand River. And, well, there is that one Lady Century. Let's get a look at this field. We're going to go back to 9 HB Tourmaline. And, well, we're not shying away from the trailing post this evening. And, well, here's another one from the trailer post that we both think has a pretty fine chance here, Sugar.
Yeah, I know all season in London, I stayed away from the trailing spot as much as I could. I've tried to here at Grand River Raceway already, and we're only 3 cards in now. And here we are using multiple trailing spots tonight in the top spot. There wasn't a whole lot to like in this field. I mean, it could be one of those races where a dartboard could get you to the winner's circle in here when picking horses. But fresh and off the qualifier, a decent qualifier for Woodbine Mohawk Park. Nice third quarter, 27-3. Little light on the end, but still managed a 157 flat mile in her qualifier. So a seasonal debut here for the Daughter of Control. The moment trainer Chantel Mitchell with Sammy Filion on board.
One that's already got a win here. That was last year in 56-1. HB Tourmaline. How about maybe number 3, Brisk Sealster, Damien McClellan for Courtney Bishop. Trailer post last race at Flamborough and overcame to get a third. Now gets the nose on the gate.
It's actually the only horse that got a circle around her number by me in this race. I'm looking at my program now. She's got the only circle. I do like the improved third last time out where she paced a big third quarter over Flamborough to go around some horses, actually showing some interference there around the half too. So going in the right direction and expecting a price here for number 3, Brisk Sealster, holding at 8-1 for Damien McClellan.
And she didn't do much as a 2-year-old in 13 tries and was off to a slow start this year, but that last race was better. Shows the improving form now. If you look at the last 3, 8th, then 5th, then 3rd. So you thought, well,
right,
more improvement would put this one up into the 2nd spot. Maybe one Lady Century, who is one that last raced May the 11th at the London Classic, was good before that London Classic final, and was racing well until they turned for home at the London Classic.
Speaking of improvement, this one, Lady Century, she never wanted to go a back half in 56-4, but she did in her qualifier there at Flamborough on May the 30th. So that's a big turnaround after showing back quarters in 31 and change in London. If she's anywhere near as good as she was in that most recent qualifier, she could jog with this field. But what Lady Century is going to show up tonight?
And then number 2, Sporty Evie, is one that I had high hopes for in the maidens earlier in the season at Flamborough. The last couple races weren't nearly as good, but Sporty Evie will get a post position 2 here. Maybe can get things back going, because this is one that did show some ability and already scored a win and a couple of seconds at Flamborough. But just the recent form wasn't as good, but you do see some positives. And look, also had 3 post 7s in a row and managed to score a couple of seconds out of them. So just those last 2 races fell off, but certainly could come back.
Right, so here it is. Improved Post. It's a McNair horse with Brady Gollier's catch driving. Uh, Greg McNair opting for an open bridle versus the blind. And we'll look for an improvement maybe with this too. Sporty EV tonight, 5-1. Decent price for a McNair trainee at the River.
They're going to change things up. And just one last thought. One that I threw in, number 4, Smoked Him Again. Off a pretty nice maiden win last time out. Back in the same class and dominant last time out. Blasted to the front from post 7 and wired the field comfortably. You got to at least consider the 4.
Consider, I would say, and I missed the second time Lasix angle. That was Lasix last time for the first time in her career. Easy winner at 17-1, and tonight you're still getting 9-1. Second time Lasix angle all day with McKenzie.
Yeah, I think that's one that's got a pretty decent chance. But we like HB Tourmaline. We're both in on HB Tourmaline.
We do.
On the board at 7-2 right now. Full field of 9. They're into the backstretch, gathering speed. And the field for the 9th race. He's at the start of the rough and Smoked Him Again. He's going to blast out. Lady Century along to the inside. La Patrona Bella is on the outside. Those are the first 3. Then Ann Mac is 4th away. Then along to the inside, HB Tourmaline from the second tier will be able to get away 5th. Then it is Sporty Evie and Brisk Sealster. Then it is Shadow Secret. And LD's Kimberly is trailing the field. But La Trona Bella at 19-1 was able to capture the lead over Smoked Him Again and Paul McKenzie, filling the pocket at 9-1 as they race their way off the turn. Then Lady Century forwardly placed into the top 3 as they come on towards us, and then 4th is Ann Mac on the inside, working in front of HB Tourmaline. Mid-pack 5. Then it is back to Sporty Evie and Brisk Sealster, Shadow's Secret, LD's Kimberly off a 27-second opening quarter. Long shot Latrona Bella leads as they head up towards the half, and Lady Century popped out from 3rd and is going to challenge. Smoked Him Again is racing 3rd. Then it is Ann Mac, and HB Tourmaline right now is touring into the backstretch 5th still, but is a little bit closer and is working on the outside. Down on the pylons is Sporty Evie, then Brisk Sealster, and then way back Shadow Secret and LD's Kimberly, half of 56-1, and Latrona Bella still has the lead. Lady Century is chipping away, trying to get a little closer. Smoked Him Again is right in a good spot on the inside 3rd, and Ann Mac is racing 4th. Sporty Evie is 5th on the pylons, and HB Tourmaline is on the outside racing 6th, and will follow a 3-wide move of Ann Mac moving out. 3/4, 125-3, but Latrona Bella just continues to march for Austin Sorry at the field turns for home. Latrona Bella, Lady Century, and then Smoked Him Again on the inside, and then the center Ann Mac. Latrona Bella just keeps on going. Latrona Bella is going to win. Lady Century is 2nd, and then 3 or 4 across the track for 3rd. Latrona Bella, set up by Rachel Andrew, who's got a 400-plus training average, and you know what? We maybe just didn't show this one enough love. This is one that comes in and makes a first start for Rachel Andrew.
Yeah, kind of missed the boat on this one. 17-1 winner, I believe. First time Lasix angle, first time for trainer Rachel Andrew. Now, friend of the show, Robert Reed Jr., who would be doing what I've been doing over the last couple of seasons, was with Grand River Raceway in this commentary role a couple of seasons ago. Robert would like to suggest that when a horse is switching barns and there's some time between the most recent start, there's a good chance this trainer, Rachel Andrew, may have had this filly in her barn for 3 weeks or even up to a month. So it's a pretty good angle when looking for a price player, and I missed the boat on this one. Austin Sorry, straight to the top, would not be caught. Maiden mark, 156. Easy winner. Made it look real easy, right?
Didn't show that kind of speed racing on the bigger 7/8s at Hoosier Park, but just showed up. And, well, you know, sometimes you just got to look at Rachel Andrew and say, well, you got a 417 training average and you got a fairly sizable barn. You win at a high percentage. Austin Sorry, the top winning driver in Canada. Maybe I'd have to get a flyer, especially at the price.
Yeah, I mean, a well-meant winner. I mean, I would think the way this horse raced and won so easy, like I said, straight to the top, 27 flat, wins in 156. I'm thinking Rachel Andrew likely had this horse in her barn for more than a few days to show that kind of performance. And well meant winner. Well done.
Yeah, the fans and us are kind of kicking ourselves because, there was some reason to not take, but there was also some reason to jump
Uh,
in.
we mentioned this late pick five with the carryover in play. It still was a tough sequence, and here's one that throws a wrench into it. Big price, 17-1.
Back in front of us, Latrona Bella, a 3-year-old best in show bay filly by Muriel Smith. Rachel Andrew, the trainer. Austin Sorry, the winning drive. First win for Latrona Bella, 156 flat. Fans note a dead heat for fourth between 2 Sporting Evie and 5 Shadow Secret. Dead heat for fourth between the 2 and the 5. Ninth race, number 7, Latrona Bella, 40.50, $19 and 7.80. 1 Lady Century, 290, 236, and Mac 320. $2 exactor, 161.20. We have Dollar Tribe, 238.60. The dollar super is 850.50. The 20-cent super, 170.10. Ninth race order finish from the top is a 2, 4, 6, 8, 4, 3, 1, 7, 9. Once again, top down 2, 4, 6, 8, 4, 3, 1, 7, 9. field for the 10th on Post Parade. Number 1 is Delcrest Brent, Steve Hunan for Laura Toscani. Number 2, Ocean View Nikki, Austin Sorry for Mary Ratchford and Josh McDonald. Number 3 is Global News, Garrett Rooney for Angela Carroll. For his Sushi Bar, Lyle MacArthur for Luc Lacroix. Number 5 is Final Text, Jason Ryan for Gaston Dumont. And number 6, LMC Mr. Squishy, Pat Hudon for Scott McLean. 7 is Barzy, Scotty Coulter for Steve Coulter. Number 8 is Boom and Bust, Paul McKenzie for Gary McDonald and Carl Bagnall. And number 9 is Floyd the Freak. It is Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Field of 9, race number 10. Let's get a look at this field. And Sugar, there was a race earlier this evening you were saying you didn't know what to do with. Well, that was this race for me, because this is just one that I thought you could go a lot of different ways. Nothing really jumped off the page. We both ended up with Global News, but I'm not married to Global News here.
I'm kind of the same. I thought the 2 and 3, from what I seen from both in London, kind of popped off the page for me. But after seeing what I saw in race number 9, this one could go the same way. Another price player possibly to show up here with these trotters in race number 10. The multi-leg wagers, right? They don't get any easier going on to race number 10 of 11 this evening. Global News, her best effort. She shows up here with her A game tonight. She can beat this field. She got over Grand River Raceway last season. It shows her seasonal mark at 156 and 3. If she can find that kind of form, she can get the job done here with Rooney on board.
Yeah, there's no real horse that's coming in here with big-time form. And Global News, at least, is showing the last 2 races were better. Had a rough outing 3-back, but that also was against much tougher. That's that Nolmander's a 5,000 last 3. So Global News has dropped. And you get G money for Angela Carroll. There's some pretty solid Western Fair area connections. But look, just as we mentioned, we both like Global News and how wide open this is. The money spread everywhere. Global News is 6-1.
I do like her. Now, anytime I've seen her in London, Garrett has had like a stranglehold on her because she runs a little hot before a race. But look at her. Right here, she is so calm, cool, and collected. I love this look, and I'm going to call her the bet of the night. If she continues here at about 8-1, just on what I'm seeing and remembering what she's usually like prior to a race, I mean, I've never seen her this so calm and cool before a race. 9-1, great price.
Number 2, Ocean View Nikki was good in the Maritimes last year and has a couple of wins this year. That last race made a break, so of course first order of business is to stay flat. But Ocean View Nikki, you get Austin Sorry for Mary Ratchford.
She's got to mind her manners. That's first and foremost. When she stays flat, she usually shows up with a pretty good effort. I've seen her win on the lead. I've seen her make a big move off the back end. It doesn't matter where she gets away. It matters if she remains trotting. She's got to stay flat here.
And then number 7, Barzy, well, post position 8. And I could stroke that last line out, and somebody would say, well, that's post 8. This is just post 7. What's the difference? That's post 8 at Flamborough, which is really tough. Post 7 here, yeah, not that tough. And I think Barzy is one that's been really good for Steve Coulter. Just the 3rd start of the year for Barzy. Barzy's certainly with a chance in here.
I like the freshness. 6-1 price player. Honest trotter too, right? Not a whole lot of gate speed to work with, so I'm not worried about where this horse is leaving from, but normally to have a pretty good kick on the end of his miles. All he's got to do is be close, maybe within 3 or 4 lengths coming out of the final turn.
Number 1, Delcrest Brent is one a few years back that I thought was on the path to be a really nice trotter, and just kind of didn't quite materialize the way I thought it would. But Delcrest Brand is still one that's made some money, 170,000. 7-year-old Delcrest Brand on the inside needs a bounce back performance, though. It wasn't good at London last race.
Nice trotter, needs a bounce back performance. Might need a start as well. It's kind of a stale date, right? May 2nd in London, last time he raced.
Yeah, so, but yeah, I have liked Delcrest Brent in the past, and actually has raced well against Tuffer a little earlier in his career, maybe a couple years ago. But
right,
sometimes in horse racing, that's a lifetime ago.
Yeah, I can remember him at Grand River a couple summers ago, and what a looker he was, and he put together a pretty good amount of wins there. But yeah, it's just for me, it's the stale date, and I want to see him once now before trying him at the river.
Our top one, Global News, now for both of us, has dropped down to be the favorite and is all the way down to 3-5 now.
Wow.
So fans
she
have
was just
finally
8-1, Gary.
Yeah, fans have finally decided to pile on. Well, you know what? They've been affected by the sugar call. Global News is dropped to being the favorite. It's a field of 9 for race number 10. There, nearing the start. And the field is at the start. And LMC Mr. Squishy, Sushi Bar broke stride. And then it is Final Text. And now Global News will take second. Final Text is racing third. Delcrest Brand is fourth away. Barzy, mid-pack 5. Then Ocean View Nicky. Then it is Floyd the Freak. And back to Boom and Bust as the field races their way on around the turn. LMC Mr. Squishy has the lead. They work their way on towards us. Global News is racing position second, and then third in line as the field races their way off the turn and comes on towards us, and that is Final Text. And then fourth is Delcrest Brand. Now quickly moving up on the outside, Ocean View Nicky, and he's going to flush out cover. Delcrest Brand took out from fourth. Then racing on the outside, Floyd the Freak, and on the pylons as they race around the turn is Barzy. Then it is Boom and Bust, and well back trailing the field is Sushi Bar. 28-4 opening quarter as they work their way on down the backstretch. LMC Mr. Squishy leads it. The advantage right now is a length of 3/4, and on the outside working up a little bit closer. That is Delcrest Brent, but now we'll stall a little bit as Global News reclaims second. Delcrest Brent is first up third. Fourth to the inside is Final Text off that half of 59-3. The field heads by 3/4. Ocean View Nicky is fifth, and then Floyd the Freak and Barzy. Then it is Boom and Bust and Sushi Bar. But LMC Mr. Squishy at 9-1 is leading. Global News is on the inside, and Delcrest Brand is on the outside. Then Final Text, and off stride went Ocean View Nicky. It is LMC Mr. Squishy who continues on. Global News now wheels out. Global News is looking to track down Pat Houdon. And LMC Mr. Squishy on the inside trying to hold off Global News. But Global News, it is news time. Global News wins. LMC Mr. Squishy second. Then it was Final Text, and fourth is between Barzy and Delcrest Brent, 159 flat. Global News, the money came late, and the money was right, Sugar.
Indeed. I mean, for me, I know this mare so well from London. I've watched her warm up very hot. I've seen her run a little hot before racing following the post parade. But tonight, she was so calm, cool, and collected. I was very happy with the TV team capturing her out of the post parade and down into the safety lane. She was so calm and cool, and that sold me. They weren't going to beat her off her look tonight.
And one that did win 7 times last year, so certainly is proven, and won here in 56-3. But just fourth in the last couple. But this is also, that last race dropped down to this level. Actually, if you go back, dropped 2 back and then dropped a little further last time out. So certainly was in with her peeps, and also got a great drive by Garrett Rooney.
Great steer. I mean, no panic, no rush. That's a sneeze from me. Bless. Excuse me. But anyway, yeah, Global News. Perfect steer, Rooney. Again, just the way she came into this race.
Well,
obviously trucked down well, and the summer heat, I don't know, maybe it is the summer heat for her that she wants to try a little more in the summer months. I mean, that life best over Grand River last season in 56-3. And this has got to be a heart building win for her moving forward.
Well, a little sneeze there, but I know you're not allergic to taking Garrett Rooney. That is one of your favorite drivers to take. And Angela Carroll, I mean, Western Fair, London area connections, and, well, as you call him, G Money. He puts up numbers. He's got a 310 driving average on this year again.
There's nothing wrong with Garrett Rooney driving horses in Ontario. He continues to be one of the top drivers on the B tracks and get some nice horses to drive. And this is one of his own. His
This
partner
is
Angie Carroll does a fine job conditioning. His daughter Tenley. Be interesting to see if his daughter Tenley's out for this winner's circle photo. She's the big cheerleader of the team. So there's Angie at the head, and there's Garrett's favorite cheerleader, Tenley.
Yep, and there he is, Tenley, sitting on the bike. Look, there is the look at the winner of the 10th race. 3 Global News, Garrett Rooney for Angela Carroll, 7-year-old Archangel Bay mare. Third win this year, 27th lifetime, Global News, victorious, 159 flat. The 10th race, 3 Global News, 820, 390, and 360. 6 LMC Mr. Squishy, 790 and 810. And 5 Final Tech, 710. $2 exactor, 7120. Dollar try, 228.65. Dollar super, 793.85. 20-cent super, 158.77. The 10th race order finish from the top is a 591 832 476 on the bottom. That's 591 832 476 on the bottom. The 11th and final dash is up next, 3 minutes to post time. Field for the 11th race on parade. 1 is Hastinator, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers, and Marc-Andre Simoneau. Number 2 is Sports Activator, Sammy Fillier for Mike Armstrong, Lee Cullen, and Lloyd Howley. Number 3 is Hollywood Deo, Jason Ryan for Cassidy Schneider and Rachel Gerfalati and Colonel Schneider Jr. 4 is Thuman, Scotty Quiller for Ben Hollingsworth and Michael Goldberg. Number 5, Tig Nanello, Paul McKenzie for Sylvain Cote and Michelle Legacy. Number 6, Grin and Win, Damien McClellan for Heather Pickett and Marilyn and Stephen Gillard. Number 7, Toronto, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. 8 is Magical Arthur, Brett Madonna for Anthony Beaton and David Lumsden. And 9, Southwind Sambuca, Brady Colliers for Vic Putty and Gord McDonald and Christopher Boland. It's a field of 9, the 11th and final dash. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, you showed no hesitation with Austin Surrey and Gerard Demers here. This is one that was really good at Flamborough last time out, and you said, I'll take Hastinator, even money on the board.
Yeah, he looks great again. Third start for trainer Gerard Demers after coming on over from Three Rivers. He's pretty good record thus far from 3 starts. Has the one win over Flamborough, 153-4 life best last time out. Now was making a move following the quarter mile of 27-3, took control and paced a big back half of 56-1 to get the job done. Hestinator for me. He's even money right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go off at 2-5 or 3-5.
A horse that had 42 starts last year and won 7 times. But you know what? I hesitated to go to the 1, so I went elsewhere. But you're on that 1 Hastinator, and I understand it. You know who I almost wanted to take on top, but I hesitated? 7 Toronto, second beaten 3 lengths to Hastinator last time out.
Yeah, Toronto, good effort. Has a great gate blast if Eddie wants to try it. Toronto is an 8-year-old son of Always Be Mickey. Got there twice this season, 55-2, seasonal best, but does show sub 150 speed when winning as a 3-year-old. Toronto's a good fit with these.
Yeah, it's a little while back, but you know he's got that back class. He was meant to be a good horse, and if you look at that last race, the back half was pretty strong. And Toronto and Hurricane Hensley just might have something to say about things here at a much better price of 8-1. Number 2, Sports Activator. Well, you get Sammy Filia for Mike Armstrong. Mike's put up some numbers. The smaller barn, but been consistently good. And this is one that's coming into this race racing well.
I think this horse is just going to follow along and get what he can. You know, sort of like last time out, sat 2 in London. Could not go with Diamond Rider on that occasion, but was able to tow along and hold down the due spot to get paid. I think he's just going to do the same kind of trip here. Just find a spot up close, ride the pylons. I don't think he can win it, but I think he can grab a piece of this try and super high 5 play.
Well, there's a lot of horses that can't get past Diamond Rider, so Sports Activator, a pretty respectable second. Number 9, Southwind Sambuca. I didn't know what to make of this horse. Comes in from Mohawk. The form's been going in the wrong direction, but maybe things can turn around here.
Yeah, maybe it does turn for him tonight. Trained by Vic Putty. Camera shy, right? From 19 outings in his 2026 season. He's one of 2 in this field that have no live money on the end of the pick 5 play. Should 8 or 9 happen to stun this field, be the double carryover for pick 5 going into Wednesday.
Yeah, and Southwind Sambuca was good last year. Just this year, it's been a very different story for him. So now we get to the one that you used 5th. I used on top, number 4, Thuman. Look, post 8 last race, the trailer post at London in a preferred class, so drops down now.
Yeah, but he's at the mercy of the pace, right? Because he's got absolutely no gate speed to race up close in here. I'm going to figure he's going to set maybe 6 or 7 early. That's the thing. When you don't got the gate speed, you're at the mercy of the pace. I mean, if they want to battle up front, set up some quick early fractions, then you're going to be looking for Thuman to storm home late, but I just don't see it happening here.
Yeah, now Thuman has won 6 out of 15 this year and is sent out by Ben Hollingsworth. I mean, there's some positives, but you mentioned that lack of gate speed. We'll see if Scotty can get him to get rolling at all. But, well, your top one is number 1, Hestinator. The fans didn't hesitate. They've made this one the favorite, but I opted to Thuman. We'll see how it unfolds. It's a field of 9. It's the final dash on this marvelous Monday. Yes, they're into position. And the field for the 11th dash. Is in position. Field field for the 11th race is at the start of the rough, and right now, Grin and Win, Toronto from the outside, Hestinator on the inside, then Sports Activator and Hollywood Deo as the field charges around the turn, then Southwind Sambuca and Thuman, and then to the outside, Tignanello and Magical Arthur, but Hestinator leads and is even money on the board. Hestinator charging on up to the opening quarter. Racing second is Sports Activator, and positioned to third in line as they come on towards us is Grin and Win, but it is Hestinator sharp early for Austin Sorry. Sports Activator, Grin and Win, Toronto. Now here comes Tignanello, Hollywood Deo, then driving on the outside is Southwind Sambuca, and then it is back to Thuman and Magical Arthur. Off a lively 26-1 opening quarter. It is Hestinator strong as they race their way on into the backstretch, and on past the half they go. Sports Activator is second, 54-4. Grin and Win is racing third. Then it is Tignanello, Toronto fifth on the inside, Southwind Sambuca, Hollywood Dale, and then Thuman to the outside, and then it is back to Magical Arthur. And the field rolls their way on toward three quarters. It is Hestinator leading. Hestinator and Sports Activator. Grin and Win is racing third. And then Tignanello now has come on to take over third. And closing some ground is Southwind Sambuca. On the inside, Grin and Win's about 3.5 off the lead. Toronto moves up. Thuman's on the outside closing, but has a lot of work to do, but is sent out wide. Then Hollywood Dale and Magical Arthur as the field turns for home. Hestinator. Thuman is way out wide in his closing ground as they come on down the stretch drive, and Tignanello, and also coming is Toronto. Thuman way out wide with Toronto as they come on down the stretch drive, and it is Thuman and Toronto. Thuman is going to zoom on by and win it. Toronto is second, Grin and Win is third. 154-4. No gate speed, Sugar, but seemed to be okay closing.
He's always good closing, and I mentioned, should they put up a big early hot fractions early? Well, we saw a 54-4 half, and the final half is in a minute. So what are you going to look for? You're going to look for a big closer. How about Thuman, once an $8,000 claimer, swoops the field on the 5 wide side. What a trip.
Just what the doctor ordered, and certainly Hestinator set things up, the 26-1, 54-4, and they kind of came after Hestinator, and just kept pushing the pace, and then you started to see Toronto as well back, and then there is Scotty Coulter, and I saw them from the backfield sent out, and I said, you know what? I think Scotty's going to get there.
Another very nice top pick, Gary. Well done. I met co-owner Michael Goldberg down in the paddock late in the London meet, and we got talking about Thuman and all those victories in London he had at that $8,000 claiming level. He kind of fell in love with him, and he ended up claiming him and goes to the Ben Hollingsworth barn, and this horse has been really good for them. And he's got that patented late kick, and it worked out just great there in tonight's finale.
Yeah, scores a 7th win in just 16 starts on the year. And Thuman was sent out at 4-1. Took some money because even though, as you mentioned, no gate speed, was able to come flying late. It was certainly the whole story was the 54-4 and then the back half in 1 minute.
Yeah, I didn't figure he'd be sitting in the front half of the field. He was sitting next to last, actually, going into the half-mile turn. But Scotty Coulter wins another one here at the River, and that's Ben Hollingsworth in for a pair of wins tonight.
And back in front of us, number 4, Thuman, Scotty Coulter with the winning drive. Thuman's a 5-year-old betting line bay gelding by Michael Goldberg and Ben Hollingsworth. Ben's also the trainer. 7th win this year for Thuman, 14th lifetime. Mile of 154-4. 11th race, number 4, Thuman, $10, $6, $4.30. 7 Toronto, $11.50, $7.20, and 6 Grin and Win, $4.80. $2 Exactor pays $116.90. The dollar try is $345.85. 20-cent high five is $1,341.64. The dollar pick 3, $553.65. A dollar pick 4 of $1,460.90. And we also had a $1 pick 5, $6,211. 11th race order finish from the top. 957 1432 68 on the bottom. That's 957 1432 68 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Monday evening. Action resumes on Wednesday. First race of 6:20 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody.